Oh, yo, what up, Ziggy? Oh man, fuck.
For add-ons, but specifically add-ons that are multidimensional and add on like many layers of benefit to a TRT protocol. One such compound is a compound that you guys have heard me talk about before, I'm sure, on live streams and otherwise. It's something I've been implementing and been using on and off for probably about a year and a half. And it's a compound that not only controls your hematocrit or can substantially lower it in the case of you wanting to run a cycle, or if your hematocrit's pushing high, you're not really wanting to go and give blood donations, but also via some nitric oxide mechanisms and a PDE5 inhibition mechanism dramatically enhances erectile quality. So think of it, right? Lowers hematocrit, improves erections. It's a pretty good add-on for TRT. It turns out there's actually a whole bunch of literature on how effective.
Is Ego Raptor the guy that made the Bible story videos? Ego Raptor. Oh no. Yeah, I have no idea who that is. Never heard of him. I was mixing them up with someone else. Can I just say I met a lot of fake people recently and I appreciate you because you're genuine. Well, thank you, Andrew. I appreciate that.
And how powerful naringin is for nitric oxide, for erections, for, in this case, preventing post-stroke depression, for lowering hematocrit. And in this video, I mean, look, improving hematocrit or hematological markers, as well as improving erectile quality, in some cases very dramatically, the fucking great TRT add-on. Let's get into it, boys. Start the video. Look, Cortex Labs is a TRT guidance, sexual dysfunction resolution, and performance optimization company. We got a range of different products ranging from the Torque Stack, Adderall without the side effects, essentially powerful nootropic. It's 20% off. Code is down in the description of this video. Source list, a compilation of trusted sources for anabolics, ancillaries, and hormone hacking agents, cheap HCG, DHT itself, test of all esters. You can get it down in the description of this video. And lastly, I'm a coach on TRT protocol restructuring as well as sexual dysfunction. You can hire me for a one-off call or an ongoing package in under a minute at livecortex.com. So right off the bat, you guys have heard me on live streams talk about naringin. I haven't done a full breakdown of naringin on the channel, but this is what we're doing now. I've used it largely to control hematocrit. My hematocrit doesn't go above range and isn't problematic on TRT doses, even if I push 250, 300 milligrams. However, if I push above 450, call it, I think it was 420 was the cutoff for me, hematocrit does go over range and I get a certain set.
That's really weird. I haven't had like, I'm surprised that low of a dose his hematocrit goes high. Yeah, I've been on way fucking higher doses and it did nothing to my hematocrit.
Set of symptoms that are a little uncomfortable. Obviously, if you're running cycles, it depends on the person, but 300 milligrams plus, if you're running half a gram or more, then, you know, you've got to monitor your hematocrit. You don't want it going above range, despite what some people are going to tell you. People think it could be up to 55, 65. I disagree strongly. You don't want it that high at all. So naringin lowers hematocrit. Naringin is an extract from the couple fruit, but what we're all familiar with is we know it as an extract of grapefruit. This is actually why, if you consume grapefruits on a daily basis.
Burnt it even more now. Look how black that looks. Put it up to the camera, please. It's not burnt. Thanks, 21st. It's just the color of the soy chunks.
basis, you're probably going to have lower hematocrit. Now, for those interested in the mechanism of how naringin lowers hematocrit, then we'll get to the rest of this good stuff in a second. This is a paper that's titled Ingestion of Grapefruit Lowers Elevated Hematocrits in Human Subjects, in which they say this study was based on in vitro observations that naringin isolated from grapefruit induced red cell aggregation, so this is a mechanism for lowering hematocrit, and evidence that clumped red cells are removed from the circulation by phagocytosis. So it basically aggregates and clumps up your red blood cells, and then they are removed from the system by a different process, a different physiological process. And the flavonoid naringin occurs naturally in citrus fruits, especially grapefruit, again, where we know it to be most prevalent, where naringin is responsible for the fruit's bitter taste. This is why grapefruits taste a little bitter. It's because of naringin. Now, interestingly, in humans, naringin is metabolized to naringenin, which is not bitter, but it's metabolized by what looks to be an enzyme that we already have in our gut, which makes this even more interesting, called...
Watch this, man. You'll like it.
How do I feel? How do I feel? I feel totally betrayed. I mean, you never think, or I never thought a guy like me would ever be involved in anything like this. 8 officers, ICE agents, swarmed Jasmine, detained her, didn't tell us why, and rustled her off into a car. No explanation was given. I was just...
Okay, that's nice. Thanks, dude.
Called naringase. So we've got naringase in the gut inherently, which metabolizes naringin. All right, now let's talk about hematocrit quickly, then we'll talk about erection quality, because again, this is one of the most potent compounds that you can take on top of TRT to foster better erections. Let's get through the hematocrit stuff first. Back to that study, what they ultimately found was people that had very low hematocrit, naringin actually increased their hematocrit, but people's hematocrit that was problematic and troubling, it lowered it. They end up concluding in this paper that you could get away with not taking naringin powder if you had just ingested a grapefruit a day, but I don't know. I mean, who wants to do that? I certainly don't want to do that. Let's talk about erectile quality, shall we, boys? Again, this is what makes naringin a very powerful TRT add-on. This is a paper that's titled Naringin Regulates Erectile Dysfunction by Abolition, which is basically another word to describe the abolishment of apoptosis and inflammation. That it describes some of the pathways that it does it. Now, what they did in this study is they gave hypertensive rats this compound called bisphenol, which, by the way, is in a lot of plastics and does disrupt erectile function through a variety of intracellular, intrapenile mechanisms. And what they ultimately found is that naringin reduces cell death, right? It basically shuts it off, induced by like environment.
When you grapefruit your man, it's going to feel as...
Yeah, I've seen that. Thanks, dude.
Environmental factors that mess with cellular function and in the penis. And they validated the hypothesis that naringin may be...
Tretinoin for anti-aging. The fuck is tretinoin? I'd have to look into this. This literally looks like it has nothing to do with anti-aging. It's just like a anti-acne cream. Yeah, I don't know.
Valuable remedy in abrogating penile inflammatory markers, apoptosis, and enzymes of ATP hydrolysis. And this does so via the main pathway that facilitates erections, which is the nitric oxide cyclic guanosine monophosphate PKG signaling pathway. So that's one mechanism by which naringin can aid in erectile quality, and it's actually pretty powerful. I've experienced with it. Well, I'll talk about my experience here in a second. But also, they go naringin prevented hypertension and erectile dysfunction by inhibiting the activities of not only angiostensin converting enzymes, arginase, but also phosphodiesterase 5. Phosphodiesterase 5 is PDE5. In other words, naringin is a mild but effective PDE5 inhibitor, which is the mechanism for both sildenafil or Viagra or tadalafil or Cialis. Okay, let's talk first about dosing, and then we're going to talk about caveats, because there is a caveat to using naringin, as there is most compounds. There is no free lunch biologically, as our buddy Tim Ferriss would say. But generally speaking, it's a pretty innocuous compound. I dose 220 milligrams of naringin every other day. That is my dose, 220 milligrams of naringin. And the reason that I dose strictly 220 and I do not do it every day is because that's enough for me personally to keep hematocrit in a satisfactory range. It's enough to enhance PDE5 and erectile quality, but it also potentiates the use of my 5 milligrams a day of tadalafil, but without causing side effects.
Increases cell turnover in your skin. Best topical for reducing aging. I'll look into that. If you're increasing cell turnover, doesn't that mean like you might have a more youthful appearance now, but like it might make your skin worse later? I don't know. I'll have to look into that. You looked sleepy last stream and came back. How did you get your second win? The man, the myth, the legend. I don't know. I'm just enjoying this food. Thanks, Stamina.
Effect because it can potentiate the effect of tadalafil or Cialis. So that's another thing that it does. It potentiates your, any erectogenic drug that you can take that's mechanism is PDE5 inhibition, like Cialis. Because of this potentiation, it actually, in me personally, has the ability to lower my blood pressure too much, because what it ultimately ends up doing is increasing the concentration of tadalafil in the blood via inhibiting its metabolism. Now, with that dose, I don't get side effects, my erections are better, and I have a better response to 5 milligrams of tadalafil. When I take it, it's so profoundly powerful that it's as if I had taken 20 or so milligrams of tadalafil, which is fucking crazy. I don't need to take 20 milligrams of tadalafil to get an extra erectogenic effect on top of my baseline. Just 5 of tadalafil and my routine of 220 and Narinjan every other day. Now I suggest that you start on the low end because you don't know how your blood pressure is going to respond to it. I think if you're not using tadalafil, you're probably just going to be fine. Most people have elevated blood pressure or it's right around the top, or it's like normal or whatever. Mine typically tends to run low. Probably because I'm a runner. So start at 100 milligrams every other day and then work up to tolerability. Monitor your hematocrit, monitor erections, monitor blood pressure, and then dial in your dose from there. I think you probably wouldn't want to go over like 700 milligrams every other day. I'm not even sure people would need that high of a dose. That would probably drop your hematocrit maybe troublingly low to the 41 or 39, call it. And, again, if you're taking any erectogenic drug or PDE5 inhibitor in and of itself, because it's a PDE5 inhibitor, that might lower your blood pressure. So just take heed. Now with that, yes, let's talk about the caveats. Okay, this is a paper that's titled "The Effect of Grapefruit Juice on the Pharmacokinetics of Tadalafil or Cialis in Rats." Now, what they found, and we haven't exposed the mechanism for this, but the mechanism for Narinjan itself potentiating Tadalafil is an inhibition of
Dodo.
The only country in the Middle East where it's legal to be gay. And they have a massive pride parade, and
they ban gay marriage. I don't want to hear that. They ban gay marriage.
Yeah.
They don't have
gay marriage, but they recognize gay marriage.
They recognize gay marriage, but don't have gay marriage.
But doesn't it say something that
So it's better to throw gay people off rooftops.
they even have a pride and
It's bullshit.
it's AI.
Wow, he's so fluent.
你好，我的名字是梅尔佐拉曼达尼。我不知道中文，可是我想试一下。纽约市政府将免费送出2000多。
I hate him. No eating squirrels. That's right. Eat vegetables. Oh, the Chicago mayor, the guy who got rid of the police force and massively increased crime.
He doesn't respect the needs of Chicago as a whole. He is chosen to stand on the side of military-backed billionaires. If one facility had the support of the mayor.
Of all things to complain about, this guy massively increased crime in Chicago.
He has lost the support of the people.
We are Code Pink Chicago here at the Community Over Quantum meeting here on the southeast side of Chicago, hearing from residents who are opposing the building of the Quantum Shore, an international public-private effort to build the world's first quantum computing campus of this size. It includes data centers, but that won't be the extent of it. Israeli companies are investing and leasing parts of it, and the Department of War has a huge stake in it as well. But the biggest part of the funding comes from the Illinois taxpayers, like me, but also everyone who is at this meeting, which was in the hundreds. Here in South Shore, the eviction capital of Chicago, residents are asking for their needs to be invested in instead of a quantum facility that can cause environmental damage, noise pollution, toxic waste in Lake Michigan, and displacement. Electricity bills are already going up astronomically for the residents of this neighborhood, and the tech will be used to comb through our data. And they're saying they won't use Lake Michigan's water, but why would they build it right on Lake Michigan if they weren't planning on using the water? The meeting was great. It was really inspiring to see so many people come out against the quantum facility. And Mayor Brandon Johnson was here, and he gave pretty unsatisfactory answers and pretty quickly left the meeting. So we're here.
Code Pink is literally worthless.
A liver enzyme, the one that we all know about if you study liver enzymes enough, which metabolizes drugs, called the CYP3A4 enzyme. Dalafil is metabolized by CYP3A4 in the body, and grapefruit juice, or naringin, what they ultimately found is not naringin itself, or partially naringin, but ultimately naringenin, what it converts to in the body is responsible for this, is an inhibitor of CYP3A4. So you take tadalafil, okay, which your body uses CYP3A4 to metabolize, so ultimately clear it out of your system. Grapefruit juice, or naringin in this case, inhibits to some extent, for some degree of time, CYP3A4. I think the half-life is pretty short, but it still does it pretty.
My Walmart didn't have soy chunks. Did you check the international food section? Because that's where I found it in mine.
Powerfully, and then you don't metabolize that tadalafil or Cialis as quickly, therefore doubling in some cases. That's what ultimately ended up happening in this study, was more than 50%, I believe, the concentration of tadalafil in your blood. So what does this ultimately mean? It means, well, I mean, if it doesn't lower your blood pressure, taking naringin with tadalafil is a super hack. You know, it's a hack that I use and that you could use to improve the erectogenic effect.
Trump needs to be impeached and removed right away. This is like absolutely unhinged. Yeah, this guy's a retard. Complete menace.
Exercises conducted with ally South Korea, citing his positive relationship with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un and what he described as South Korea's lack of assistance with Iran. South Korea is an ally. What do you see as the impact of this announcement?
Now, this could have some serious impacts on our relationships in the Pacific realm. South Korea is a critical ally for us. And oh, by the way, they pay for a large portion of those exercises. They also pay for the upkeep of U.S. troops in South Korea. So the idea that we're paying for everything there is absolutely false. The other aspect of this is that the relationship that he has, that President Trump has with Kim Jong-un, is, I would characterize it as ephemeral at best. You know, to put your stock in a relationship like that and really limit exercises when, first of all, we've paid our portion of that already. The things that we do in those exercises are critical for the joint defense, not only of South Korea and Japan, but also for defense of the United States as well. And, you know, in this particular situation, what you're seeing is the North Koreans are getting an advantage, really an unforced error on our part. And it's going to damage the relationship that we have with the South Koreans, and that's not a good thing.
All right. Colonel Cedric Layton, grateful for your expertise and time as always. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Trump's dumb. Is Destiny against single-player healthcare? Yeah. Oh, so stupid. You can have private insurance and have Medicare for all or socialized healthcare. It's so stupid. Let me pay more money for the same service for no fucking reason and have like some insurance jackass tell a doctor what to do. Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Thanks, Dodo. Next inspiration. All right. Well, I look very weird here. But thank you. Appreciate that.
Of Cialis. But what it also means is that if that concentration of Cialis doubles or triples in your blood, which plausibly it could absolutely do based on your own metabolism and of naringin plus tadalafil, well, then you could have too high levels of tadalafil in the blood present at one time, which would lower your blood pressure to a point where potentially it could be problematic. So you want to fucking monitor that for sure. And that's why you start low on naringin and, maybe even dose 2.5 milligrams of tadalafil with it. And so you can figure out where you are, monitor blood pressure, move up from there. And what they found here is that compared to the control group, which got no naringin or no tadalafil, or maybe had tadalafil and no grapefruit juice in this case, the Cmax, which is the maximum concentration, the maximum serum concentration of the drug at one time in the blood, increased by 57.4%. Now, what that ultimately means, so if you do 5 milligrams of tadalafil times 0.57, that would get you, I think it's just around 3.
Destiny has low T.
He literally does. Thank you.
Or so 3 milligrams additional. Technically speaking, that means if you took 5 milligrams of tadalafil, it would be like...
All right, that's interesting.
So the yen. The United States government is now paying more to borrow money than it has in decades. And to understand why, we have to start somewhere strange, with a currency operation the US hasn't attempted since 1998 and a photograph of a notepad. The notepad belonged to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, and at a cabinet meeting last month, a Reuters photographer standing behind him got a clear shot of it. At the top of the page, neatly underlined, was the heading, "To Do." Underneath it, a single instruction, buy Japanese yen. He had thoughtfully included the currency code in brackets in case he forgot which yen. And below that, the size of the trade, $5 to $10 billion. Now, I'm a big believer in personal productivity, and there's something reassuring about watching the chief financial steward of the world's largest economy execute a $10 billion currency intervention with the same administrative system I use to run my own life. Buy yen, 5 to 10 billion, milk, eggs, take the autumn suits out of storage. A few days later, aboard Air Force One, reporters asked President Trump why the United States had stepped in to support Japan's currency. He explained it as an act of pure international goodwill.
Because we have a good relationship with Japan. We're very strong, very, very strong financially. And they are, they have a weakening yen, and they wanted a little bit of help. And we're always there for Japan. Japan's been very good to us, with the exception, of course, of Pearl Harbor.
That is the President of the United States announcing a foreign exchange intervention. We'll get to what one of those actually involves in a moment, but yes, he did bring up Pearl Harbor while describing a favor he was doing for Japan. There is a certain Basil Fawlty quality to all of this, a sense that no matter how delicate the diplomatic situation, the administration can't get through a friendly chat about Japan without bringing up the war.
Will you stop talking about the war?
Me? You started it?
We did not start it.
Yes, you did. You invaded Poland.
I'll be honest, joint currency intervention sounds like the most boring thing in the world. It sounds like something that happens in a beige conference room in Basel filled with people who own more than one calculator. And I say this as someone who does own more than one calculator, and I've always wanted one of the old hand-cranked mechanical ones too. But I digress. The point is that normally this stuff really is boring, and this time it isn't, because the US Treasury does not do this. The last time it stepped into the market to prop up the yen was 1998. So when it happens again after 28 years, it's worth asking why. And the why, in this case, involves a former Soros hedge fund manager now running the United States Treasury, who placed a very large bet that US interest rates would fall, and who is now doing some strange things to stop that bet from blowing up in his face. We'll get into exactly what those strange things were, the euros, the pawn shop, the president, and Pearl Harbor, in just a moment. But first, let me tell you about this week's sponsor, Plod. You know, most important conversations often happen when you're not ready to take notes, which is why you might want to consider the screen of the dollar, and we first sent off. Right, so the yen. To understand what percent did, we first have to understand why the yen got into so much trouble in the first place. For the last few years, the yen has been sliding towards a 40-year low against the dollar, and the reason isn't especially mysterious. It comes down to a very large gap in interest rates. The Federal Reserve spent 2022 and 2023 raising American interest rates to around 3.75% to fight inflation. The Bank of Japan, meanwhile, kept its interest rate at 0 for years, and only recently nerved itself up to raise it to 1%. So, you have one country where borrowing money is nearly free, and another where parking cash in government bonds pays you around 4%. And a gap like that is an invitation. It's the setup for what finance people call a carry trade. You borrow yen in Tokyo, where it costs almost nothing, sell the yen for dollars, and put the dollars into something that pays more. US treasuries, European bonds, Korean tech stocks, whatever you like. Now, there's something odd about this trade. By rights, it shouldn't work at all. The textbooks say that a currency with a low interest rate is supposed to rise over time by exactly enough to cancel out the extra yield, so that nobody gets a free lunch. That's the theory. In practice, the yen has obligingly done the opposite for years. It kept falling while traders collected the interest, and the trade has paid beautifully. Economists have a name for this. They call it the forward premium puzzle, and they've been arguing about it for decades. The most popular explanation is that you aren't getting free money at all. You're being paid to hold a grenade. The carry trade works right up until the point where it doesn't. And when it stops working, it stops for everyone on the same afternoon. Everyone rushes to unwind at once, the yen rockets, and markets become very exciting for about 48 hours. So, the extra yield based on this view is just your fee for volunteering to be the one holding the grenade when the music stops. By some estimates, this global carry trade has grown to over $4 trillion, which is larger than the entire economy of India, all built on the back of low Japanese interest rates. So when people say the yen is the world's funding currency, this is what they mean. An awful lot of trades that look like they've nothing to do with Japan, a punt on Mexican bonds, a leverage bet on tech stocks, are somewhere underneath borrowing cheap yen to do it. Which means a great deal of the financial world is short the yen without thinking about it very hard, which is great unless you happen to live in Japan. A weak yen is a fine thing if you're a large Japanese exporter, but if you're an ordinary person in Tokyo, it's a disaster. Because Japan imports almost all of its oil, its natural gas, and its raw materials. And when your currency falls, your energy bills don't stop to ask whether you enjoyed the export boom. They just go up. To show just how far out of line the exchange rate had gotten, Jeff Yu, a strategist at Bank of New York Mellon, came up with the Katsu Curry Index. For 40 years, the...
Do mushrooms or soya chunks recreate meat better? Entirely depends. Depends on how you prepare either one, what type of dish.
Economist has used its Big Mac index to measure whether a currency is cheap or expensive by comparing the price of a Big Mac around the world. You built the same idea on a different lunch, the price of a pork cutlet curry at Coco Ichibana, the largest curry chain in the world.
Would it bother you at all if Pat told you she was attracted to you because of your personality and didn't care about how you look? Because how you look is a big part of you and you put a lot of effort into being big and strong. So imagine she doesn't care.
Yeah, I wouldn't care, thanks, dude.
The world. Priced in katsu curry, $1 should get you about 62 yen. In the actual market, it was getting you 159. By the curry standard, the yen was undervalued by something like 60%, which is wonderful news if you're an American tourist eating your way through Kyoto, and rather less wonderful if you're a Japanese.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to Japan on vacation now because food there is dirt cheap compared to like the American dollar. But yeah, if you're Japanese living there, you're fucking broke. It's crazy how broke Japanese people are.
Restaurant trying to pay for imported frying oil. For what it's worth, the economist Big Mac Index agrees that the yen is far too cheap, though it reckons a dollar should buy about 80 yen, not 62. The trouble, as Yu points out, is that the Big Mac measures Japan using a food the Japanese don't eat all that much of. It's a bit like gauging the British economy by the price of a burrito. You'll get a number, it just won't mean very much. This is admittedly a crowded field. There's already a Starbucks latte index and a KFC index built specifically for Africa. Somewhere out there is an economist ready to price your currency in whatever franchise is nearest. Katsu curry is simply the latest recruit. Now, normally this is the point in the story where the American Treasury Secretary is supposed to express his sympathy, remind everyone that the United States believes in letting markets set exchange rates, and then do absolutely nothing. And I cannot stress enough how firmly that has been the rule. For decades, the official position of the US Treasury has been that it does not meddle in currency markets, that intervention is a short-term band-aid that mostly doesn't work, and that grown-up economies let the market decide what their money is worth. American Treasury secretaries have spent years lecturing other countries for doing the exact thing Besant is now doing. Twice a year, the Treasury even publishes a report that keeps a watch list of the trading partners whose currency practices, generally interventions, in its word, merit close attention. The most recent one came out in July. It has 10 countries on the list. Japan is one of them. So, in the same month the US Treasury was formally monitoring Japan over its currency, it was also in the market helping Japan move that same currency. Rules are rules, I guess. Now, a pedant might point out that the report scolds countries for pushing their currencies down to make their exports cheaper, and here the Treasury was helping Japan push the yen up, which is true. Besant wasn't breaking the letter of his own report, he was just spending American money to move a currency he was simultaneously monitoring Japan for moving. Completely different, right? Which then brings us to the obvious question, why would he do this? Now, as I mentioned earlier, Secretary Besant wrote "buy Japanese yen" on his notepad, carefully adding JPY in brackets. Anyone who's worked on a trading desk will tell you that you don't trade JPY, you trade a currency pair. Dollar yen or euro yen or sterling yen. You're always simultaneously buying one currency and selling another. Writing "buy JPY" on a trading ticket is a bit like walking into a restaurant and ordering food. Now, normally you'd expect a former Soros trader to know this, but as it turned out, leaving off the dollar half of the pair wasn't an oversight. He wasn't trading dollars at all. When
the average Japanese person makes $24,000 while the average American earns $69,000. Yeah, people don't realize how broke fucking Japanese people are. They're crazy, crazy broke. Yeah, being Japanese would suck. Thanks, fact check.
The Federal Reserve Bank of New York executed the trade on July 31st on behalf of the Treasury, placing the orders through Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley. They didn't sell American dollars to buy yen, they sold euros, which came as quite a surprise to the European Central Bank, mostly because no one had bothered to tell them. Now, we won't know the exact mechanics until the Treasury publishes its official statement on August 30th. It's possible that they simply sold euro currency forwards, but as Toby Nangle pointed out on the Unhedged podcast, the bulk of the euro assets sitting in America's Exchange Stabilization Fund are held in French government debt. So, there's a very real possibility that the US Treasury propped up the Japanese yen by dumping a mountain of French government bonds without telling Paris or Frankfurt. Senior European central bankers were reportedly furious, describing the move to the Financial Times as an unprecedented breach of central banking etiquette. It's the financial equivalent of showing up at your neighbor's house, borrowing their car without asking, crashing it into a tree, and then calling them the next day to explain why their insurance premium is going up. It turns out the International Monetary Fund actually publishes a manual on foreign exchange intervention, which specifically advises central banks against intervening in currencies that don't belong to them. So that's one for the collection. Now, to be fair to Secretary...
Yeah, I saw the EVA Japan Tekken 8 tournament where Kazuya won. I don't know if we'd never see that again. Kazuya is doing better versus other characters at this point. But, That game still has serious fucking balancing issues. Like, there's just characters in the game that just shouldn't be in the fucking game.
Secretary Besant, this wasn't even his first time playing currency doctor. Late last year, he intervened to support Javier Milei's government by buying Argentine pesos. But the peso and the yen are, economically speaking, slightly different beasts. Bailing out Argentina is political favor currying. Intervening in the world's third most traded currency using someone else's money is more of a statement. So, in his very first major reserve currency operation, the US Treasury Secretary managed to run a trade the IMF handbook explicitly warns against, while gatecrashing a central bank he hadn't invited to the party. And there's a wonderful irony to all of this. Before Scott Bessent took over the Treasury, he spent his career at Soros Fund Management. He was in the room in 1992 when Soros and Druckenmiller famously broke the Bank of England by shorting the pound. And a decade later, he was back at it, betting against the Bank of Japan as it flooded the system with cheap money under Abenomics. Shorting the yen was one of the trades that made his name. Besant is a man whose entire reputation was built on betting against central banks that were trying to hold their currencies at artificial levels. And now he's sitting in Alexander Hamilton's old chair using public money to defend a currency against 30-year-old hedge fund analysts running his exact old playbook. Somewhere in Mayfair, a young macro trader is looking at Besant's yen defense the way a young Scott Bessent looked at the Bank of England in 1992 and licking his lip.
Yonker, ever consider IRL streaming? Not really. It's kind of a major hassle. It's really hard here too because the cellular network here is just horrendous. You step like 2 feet in the wrong direction and you really can't get a good connection. But thanks, Yonker.
Which brings us all back to why he was doing it, because despite all the rhetoric about friendship, this was never really about being good to Tokyo. It was about protecting American borrowing costs. Japan is the single largest foreign holder of US government debt, with over $1 trillion in treasuries. If Japan had to spend another $50 or $80 billion defending the yen, it would have to raise that cash somehow, and the obvious way is to sell US treasuries. And when you dump treasuries onto the market, bond prices fall and yields go up. To understand why that particular outcome kept Besant awake at night, you need to know about the bet he'd made with the nation's debt. When the US government borrows, it can borrow for the short term or for the long term. It can sell treasury bills, which come due in a matter of months, or it can sell 30-year bonds and lock in the rate for a generation. For most of the last 2 years, Besant has leaned hard on the short stuff, issuing bills rather than terming out into long bonds. There are respectable reasons to do this, but there's also a big bet buried inside it. The respectable reason is that long-term yields are a little high at the moment.
IRL streamers have to carry several different modems to switch carriers so they don't get cut off. Fuck that. Just not bothering with that shit.
No Treasury Secretary wants to lock in a high rate for 30 years if he thinks that rates are about to fall. So you could decide to fund yourself with short-term bills, keep your options open and wait. The bet is the if he thinks rates are about to fall part. Besant is, in effect, wagering that long-term interest rates will come down, at which point he can finally issue longer-dated bonds on the cheap. This is the kind of directional bet you'd expect from a hedge fund, and Besant, of course, ran one. It's a much stranger thing for a Treasury Secretary to be doing, because the Treasury Secretary's job isn't to speculate on interest rates, it's to fund the government. And it's worth asking whether it's a good bet, because a great deal rides on it. For most of the last century, interest rates of 4 or 5% would have looked completely ordinary. The strange period, the truly weird one, was the decade after the financial crisis, when rates sat near zero. That was the anomaly, and Besant is, in effect, betting the anomaly comes back. But here's the thing about near zero interest rates. In the entire history of the United States, they've happened exactly twice. Once after the 2008 financial crisis, and once when the economy seized up during COVID. That's the complete list. Rates don't go to zero because things are going well. They go to zero because something has broken horribly. So, a bet on rates collapsing back to those levels is, at its core, a bet that something breaks. But we should remember as well that he does have a mandate from his boss to do his best to keep rates as low as possible. The fundamentals to support lower interest rates aren't helping Besant either. Inflation is still running above target, the US government is carrying near record debt relative to the size of its economy, and it's spending far more than it collects in taxes. If you're being asked to lend the American government money for 30 years, all of that argues for a higher interest rate, not a lower one. You don't hand out cheap long-term money to a heavily indebted borrower who's still running hot. There's even a name for the thing he's avoiding. For decades, the Treasury's guiding doctrine has been regular and predictable. Issue steadily across every maturity and don't try to guess where rates are going, because the Treasury Secretary is not supposed to be a bond trader. Besant is trading. He's funding the long-term obligations of the United States with short-term bills, which works beautifully right up until the time you have to roll those bills over at a higher interest rate than you paid last time. Anyone who sat through a banking crisis knows how that film ends. And the trouble with the whole bet is that it only works if rates actually fall, and rates have not been falling. Early last year, the 10-year Treasury yield was sitting around 4%. Things were so calm that Besant had asked the Financial Times, where the hell is the market risk? Well, it seems he found it. As Katie Martin put it in the FT, the market risk is now here. 10-year yields have climbed to around 4.6%, and 30-year rates have crossed 5% for the first time since the global financial crisis. Partly, she notes, because doubts have crept in about the Federal Reserve's willingness to tackle sticky inflation. If Japanese selling pushed those yields any higher, American mortgage rates would jump, borrowing costs across the country would rise, and Besant's bet that rates would fall would look very underwater indeed. And this all points at something bigger than one man's trade. As Martin argues, the whole episode exposes an uncomfortable truth. For all the bluster on trade and defense and geopolitics, the United States needs the world to keep buying its bonds. It lives on borrowed money, on a scale that dwarfs other advanced economies. And it cannot afford for big foreign holders to stop buying, let alone start selling, which is exactly why Japan, sitting on $1 trillion of treasuries, is a friend worth having. So, to keep Japan from having to sell those treasuries, Besant publicly encouraged the Federal Reserve to upsize a backstop facility called FEMA, the Foreign and International Monetary Authority's repo facility. FEMA lets foreign central banks hand their US treasuries to the Fed as collateral in exchange for temporary dollar cash, without actually selling the bonds on the open market. The way it works is that Japan gets the dollars it needs to buy yen, the Fed gets the treasuries as collateral, and nobody has to sell a bond on the open market, because selling them might force everyone to admit what they're actually worth, or at least where 10-year treasury yields ought to be. It's a bit like refusing to open your credit card statement so the balance stays purely theoretical. As long as nobody sells anything, everything.
You think GTA 6 will be GTA 5 with better graphics? Pretty much. I do not have high hopes for that game. GTA 5 sucked. It was just a game made for dumb casuals, and then they came out with Red Dead Redemption 2. That game was also just like a dumb game for casuals. So they seem to be catering to a casual audience now. So yeah, it's probably just going to be an easy, stupid fucking game.
It's fine. Meanwhile, President Trump was continuing his charm offensive.
Who knows better about surprise than Japan? Okay? Why didn't you tell me about Pearl Harbor? Okay?
Jeez.
Right?
I'll do enough anymore. He's got it. I'm trying to cheer her up, you stupid crowd!
President Trump, as we saw earlier, described the intervention as an act of pure friendship. But afterwards, Tom Berger, who served as a Deputy Assistant Secretary of the US Treasury in the 1980s, wrote to the Financial Times to point out that this was nothing new. He cited the 19th century French philosopher Alexis de Tocqueville, who observed that Americans rarely regard virtue as a selfless act. They tend to see it as something that conveniently benefits everyone, themselves included, which is a very highbrow way of saying,
sure, Dan.
So, did any of this actually work? At first, yes. Over 2 days at the end of July, Japanese and American authorities threw something like $88 billion at the market, and the yen strengthened hard, around 5%, which is a very big move in currencies. It took fewer and fewer yen to buy a dollar, the rate pulling in from a 40-year low near 164 towards 155. And then the laws of financial gravity reasserted themselves. Within 2 weeks, the yen had surrendered about half of that, weakening back past 159. Barry Eichengreen, writing in the Financial Times, pointed out that $88 billion is ultimately small potatoes against the sheer scale of the currency market. In ordinary life, $88 billion is real money. In the foreign exchange market, where trades worth trillions change hands every day, it's a rounding error. Maurice Obstfeld at the Peterson Institute has a word for the deeper problem. He calls the administration's approach cakeism. The belief that America can chase a pile of contradictory goals all at once and never pay for it. Washington wants a weaker dollar but no inflation. It wants low borrowing costs but enormous deficits. It wants Japan to keep buying its bonds while helping Japan make the yen stronger. You can want all of those things, but you can't have all of those.
When wasn't GTA a casual game? But I've been playing since I was 4 years old. GTA 3. When did it change? And Red Dead 2 is goated after the boring intro. A lot of people have attention span of a goldfish though.
The game was boring and shit throughout the entire game. There were so many missions where you just do literally nothing. And the shooting mechanics were just boring as shit. Like, it's literally impossible to fail a mission. It's just so ridiculously easy. Same with GTA 5. It's literally impossible to fail a mission. My first introduction to Grand Theft Auto was San Andreas. San Andreas was pretty hard. Thanks, dude.
Things. And sooner or later, the bond market sends you the bill. And here's the part that turns cakeism from a contradiction into a genuine farce. Some of the yen's weakness, the problems that Besant is supposed to be trying to solve, are being caused by Washington's policies. As Obstfeld points out, the administration's own trade policy is pushing the yen down. The tariffs make Japanese exports more expensive in America, which weighs on the yen. And the trade deal that Japan signed commits it to pour hundreds of billions of dollars into US investment and to send that money to America. Japanese investors have to sell yen and buy dollars to do this, which pushes the yen down further.
Did Belgium have the best food out of any country you've been to? Had the best fries and hummus. Really good bread, too. Thanks, dude.
Further. So, the United States is spending reserves to prop up a currency that its own trade policy is helping to sink. It's a man bailing water out of a boat that he's also enthusiastically drilling holes in. Which brings us to the gravity underneath the whole story. And it isn't only America's problem. It's a trap with two countries standing in it. The United States needs the world, and Japan in particular, to keep holding its enormous pile of debt. Japan needs a stronger yen, and the two of them can't both get what they want unless somebody somewhere raises interest rates. To see why America's side of that is getting harder, look at what happened this week. On Thursday, the US Treasury auctioned $25 billion of 30-year bonds and had to pay a yield of 5.22% to get them sold. That is the highest borrowing cost on a 30-year bond since August 2001. The night before that, a $42 billion sale of 10-year notes went at the highest yield since 2007. The market is charging the United States more to borrow than it has in a generation.
You ever think about how we named some bugs chiggers? 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 Chiggers?
No. I've never heard of bugs being named chiggers. Thanks, non-web.
That didn't answer my question. Which country has the best food that you've been to? Retarded ass nigger. Did Yasmin's mom cook for you when you were there? You've been taking 30 milligrams melatonin? Did you titrate up to that dose? Did you already take it tonight?
Yes, I titrated up. I'm not going to bed yet, so I haven't taken it yet. Thanks, dude.
There's an academic paper that explains why this is happening by Professor Wenjin Du at Harvard and her co-authors. It's about something economists call the Treasury Convenience Yield, which is a fancy name for a simple idea. For decades, the world was willing to accept a lower return to hold US government debt, purely because it was the safest, most liquid asset on the planet. Everyone wanted Treasury, so the US got to borrow a little more cheaply than anyone else. That discount was the reward for being special. What Du and her co-authors have found is that the
Some bop invited me to go rock climbing with them tomorrow, but I have a chest and back day tomorrow as well. Will I die rock climbing if I go hard on my lifts? Yeah, probably. Yeah, thanks, dude.
discount has been shrinking for years and has recently vanished and even gone negative. And the reason is almost embarrassingly simple: supply. The US government has issued so much debt for so long that its bonds just aren't scarce or special anymore. When you flood the market with something, it stops being precious. So, the free money the United States used to get for being exceptional is draining away. And that 30-year auction is what the draining looks like in real time. And this is exactly why Besant is so nervous about Japan. If your bonds
Why melatonin at that high of a dose? Missed the part. Because research shows it's beneficial, thanks, dude.
have stopped being magically special, and your single largest foreign customer starts selling them, your borrowing costs rise. So, the clean way out of the trap is for Japan to fix it at the source by raising its own interest rates, which would strengthen the yen without anyone having to touch a single treasury. Bank of Japan Governor Ueda knows inflation has climbed above 2%, and the bank has signaled more hikes are coming. But Japan's new prime minister is deeply averse to higher borrowing costs. She'd rather reflate the economy with fiscal stimulus, which is a bold plan for a country whose debt is already more than 200% of its economy, and where servicing that debt already eats up a
She's a woman. You expect her to do anything sensible?
quarter of government spending. And Ueda has some uniquely Japanese history weighing on him. Gillian Tett recounted in the FT that on a visit to the Bank of Japan, an official gestured at the portraits of two former governors and noted evenly that both men were assassinated after controversial monetary experiments in the 1930s. So, you can understand a certain caution in Tokyo. It's hard to concentrate on the finer points of yield curve policy when contemplating your own life expectancy. But here is the thing about intervention: it doesn't change the trend. It buys you a few days, a week maybe, until the underlying gap between the US and Japanese interest rates reasserts itself and the yen resumes its slide. Which leaves us with two possibilities, and I honestly don't know which is right. The first is that Scott Bessent is a visionary. He can see something the bond market can't, that inflation is about to come under control, that confidence in American debt is about to return, and that long-term interest rates are therefore about to fall, properly and durably. If he's right, he gets to term out the nation's debt at bargain rates, and this whole nervous period looks, in hindsight, like a brilliantly timed hold. The second is that he's a day trader who's taken an enormous directional bet with the balance sheet of the United States, betting on a fall in long-term rates that no one really controls. Those rates answer to inflation and to investor trust, not to Bessent and not even to the Federal Reserve, which only sets short-term rates. In the meantime, he's selling other people's euros and pawning Japan's bonds to hold the line. The bond market, for what it's worth, just charged the United States the most it's paid to borrow for 30 years since 2001. Make of that what you will. If you found this video interesting, you should watch my video on Venezuela's missing oil money next.
No,
Don't forget
research does not show that a 30 milligrams dose of melatonin is more beneficial than lower doses. Standard and effective doses typically range from 1 milligram to 5 milligrams. Taking a very high dose like 30 milligrams does not improve sleep, increases side effects. Source, NIH.
That's great. Thanks.
Double down pointing triangles emoji. 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 Double down. Richard fallaciously assumes that because he's a larger adult than most people, the doses of medicine scale linearly. But they don't. They scale linear to the metabolic rate of the mammal. Doubling your dose because you're double the weight is dangerous. Can you not, dude? Jasmine says to Richard as he grabs her butt. Richard looks down in shame. I'm going to the barn, Jasmine says. Richard replies, stay safe out there, sweetie, it's raining. Jasmine turns around and leaves without responding to Richard. How thoughtful and loving that relationship was. She hated you. You weren't spiritual enough. Gang, how come Monk made Killer's gain while on TRT but Jasmine didn't? What could you have done differently to make the relationship work? Well, probably not ruin 10 years of her life by being depressing as miserable all the time. Maybe work a bit harder and let her have the life you promised her during your wedding. You vow. Do you guys think Richard still makes up lies about Jasmine to tell Pat? And do you think he thinks about cheating on Pat? He must be horny all the time with Testa. Hey honey, it's Pat. People are saying your ex's name in chat. Can you please ban them? I'm really sick of hearing about her every time I open your stream. Can you also please skip those donations? Why are you such a stupid useless fucking nigger? I told you to ban the people in chat saying Jasmine's name. I also wanted to know if you want to have a threesome with Jasmine next week. I'd like to lick her clit while calling you a nasty fucking nigger. Pat and Jasmine sitting in a tree. K-I-S-S-I-N-G. Thoughts on Durian Rider Pat and Jasmine having sex together? Not gonna lie, that would 99% likely go down if you let Pat and Jasmine take a trip to Chiang Mai, Thailand for the usual 80/10/10 gathering. Jasmine Verhoeven, Jasmine, 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 Jasmine. Your life is so sad and depressing now without having a wife and pussy upstairs. Mister, I need to come, okay? Not getting any pussy, lol. What's the point of having a vasectomy when you get zero pussy? I like how you brag to people about getting pussy when you get none. Also just wondering why you look like that, but you can only pull girls who are at most 2 out of 10. Jasmine dude. Do you ever think you hear Jasmine's voice? Or dream about Jasmine since the divorce? I can hear her voice now. It sounds like, "Can you not, dude? And I'm going to the barn." You know that voice and her accent? And her near bald head and fat lard. Jasmine wasn't fat, she was bulking with Richie. They were on the bulk phase. Jasmine shaved her head short and Richard wanted to get her into weightlifting, but she was too lazy and rather play Helldivers 2. I'm sure the same shit will happen with Pat. Who else remembers when Richard would be streaming and we'd all hear Jasmine in the other room laughing and happy? She was so happy to not be spending time with Richard, to be voice chatting and erotic role playing with her friends online and her e-boy. Gummy's been licking your bowl. So cute. But as I was saying, Jasmine had an e-boy all the while forcing Richard to stream to make money for her and Great work, Richard. Getting in an anabolic power nap while Dale Chuck E. Cheese chance is probably hitting the town, living it up while chewing tobacco in his BMW. What do you think about that, Dale? Maybe you should just marry Jasmine if you love her so much. Maybe you should just marry Jasmine if you love her so much. Maybe you should just marry Jasmine if you love her so much. Maybe you should just marry Jasmine if you love her so much. Jasmine. You know that song that goes, I think about it every night and day, I'm addicted and I just can't get enough. That describes very well your current relationship with Jasmine. If you love Jasmine so much, why don't you just marry her? Jasmine Season 2. I got some stuff for you to react to, VG. Here, see, here, and here. While North Korea is sending 40,000 soldiers to Russia to murder Ukrainians, Trump rewards them by pulling troops and cancelling military drills in South Korea. We have to impeach President Trump immediately, VG. And they said Biden is mentally unfit. Jasmine, 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 dear Ann Ryder, Jasmine, 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 Jasmine. Do you miss Jasmine's velvety soft fat pussy? The feeling of her lard squeezing your cock and the way she didn't want to have sex with you and how she was insecure because she was fat with short dyke hair? Don't you yearn for those days? You are celibate.
That shit's like a fucking complete scam.
If you're a regular viewer of my channel, you'll know I've made several videos over the past year and a half talking about CPP Investments, which is the crown corporation that invests the money that we all pay into the Canada Pension Plan. Although a lot of people have been receptive to what I've said, there's also been a lot of skepticism, particularly from people saying that a pension fund isn't supposed to be benchmarked, it's supposed to be a prudent, low-risk strategy that delivers stable returns over the long term. And to be fair, I think this would be a reasonable argument if that's what they were actually committed to doing. So today, what I want to talk about is a group at CPP Investments called Active Equities, whose entire mandate seems to completely fly in the face of what most people assume CPP Investments is doing. According to the CPP Investments website, this group has an explicit mandate to outperform the market by using their investment knowledge to pick stocks better than the rest of the market. In this video, I'm going to talk about what their group does, how they've been performing, and what they've been paid for it. But first, because I know not everyone has seen all of the videos, I'm going to do a very quick recap of the situation with benchmarks and bonuses, go over a bit of new media coverage and releases from CPP Investments that have come out since my last video on this topic, and then get into the active equities team itself. So if you already heard it, or just don't care about the details that much, feel free to skip ahead to the active equities section. So for those who haven't seen the previous videos, CPP Investments is a Crown corporation that was created in 1997 when the Canada Pension Plan was reformed from a pay-as-you-go plan where benefits paid out were directly funded by current contributions, to a funded plan where you contribute money into a fund, it gets invested over the long term, and then you're eventually paid out in retirement. Their first annual report was published in 1999, and the funded plan was officially born. Then, in 2006, they switched the plan from a passively managed low-cost index investing strategy to a high-cost active management strategy involving the hiring of significantly more investment staff and more hands-on decision-making with the explicit goal of achieving higher long-term returns. To measure their performance, they created something called the reference portfolio, which they described as an investable alternative strategy.
So basically, this is like the most retarded, dumb fuck, corrupt crony capitalism you can fucking imagine. They just hired on a bunch of like buddies of theirs to just take money. These people are getting paid through tax dollars. And they get bonuses, and they get to give themselves bonuses, even though they're underperforming.
Which would meet the requirements of the Canada Pension Plan, but on a low-cost passive basis. This portfolio was a mix of global stocks and bonds, and would serve as both their performance target and their market risk target. Over the intervening years, they hired over 2,000.
Wait, I got some stuff for you to react to, VG.
Your name's Jamie, right? Okay, I'm Sergeant Halpern. I gotta ask you a couple questions. Do you remember what happened?
I was driving, and then all of a sudden something hit me, and I was just...
Which way were you going?
Towards my house.
Okay, where's your house? Do you have any drink tonight?
No. I had 2 drinks. I had 1 beer and 1 drink.
How long ago?
That would probably be about an hour ago.
Okay, so 1 beer, and what was the other one?
A drink, like a alcoholic beverage.
Like a, what? A screwdriver, a pina colada, margarita?
It was like a tequila something, like a tequila pineapple.
Tequila pineapple?
Yeah.
Hey, write all this down. Okay. On a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the most impaired, intoxicated you've ever been in your entire life, and 1 being completely sober, where would you rate yourself at right now?
I would like a lawyer, honestly.
Okay. So what you do is look at this pen and don't move your head. I'm going to check your eyes. Okay? Are you willing to do that? Okay, are you willing to do that? Can I check your eyes real quick?
No thanks.
No? Okay. I need you to stand up for me.
Correct.
Alright. How do you feel? Okay. Feel okay? Mm-hmm. Okay. Alright. Just put your hands behind your back.
Why?
There you go. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Like that. Because you're under arrest for suspicion of DUI.
I would love to, if I could contact my father right now, that would be great. So can I please contact my dad? Please. No. Why?
I already explained it to you.
You clearly have the ability to let me contact my father. So why are you not letting me?
Because right now we're waiting.
Waiting for what?
I already explained.
So can I contact my father? No. Why?
Because I've already explained it.
For what reason? No.
You are under arrest.
So can I call my dad?
No.
Why?
Because. You can call him later.
Why can't I call him right now?
Because.
Because why? I just want to get it over with and go home.
Right now we're in
I can't call my dad.
Not right now. You can, but not now.
Fucking killed somebody.
Once I get you down to the jail and booked in, then you can call your dad. No. You cannot.
But what should I do? Nobody has any proof of anything that I did.
Okay.
So give me the right to call my dad. Nobody has the right to deny that from me. Right?
Just hang in there for Just hang there, okay?
But nobody
just hang
proved
tight.
anything. So give me the right to call my dad. Nobody proved anything. Nobody proved anything, so give me a phone so I can call my dad, please, right now.
Right now.
Why?
Because you can't.
Nobody proved anything. So why do I have the right to call my dad?
This is probably the most likely way I'm gonna die. Some dumb fucking teenage bitch. is gonna
Typical
fucking run me
female
over.
dumb brain.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, again, this is probably how I'm gonna die. I'll be minding my own business, riding my bike, and then some dumb fucking bitch is just gonna run me over. Ugh.
Wanted to achieve. I told you. I knew you wanted to kill him or get him killed. I hope you are all satisfied now.
I don't care. Tragedy at Cambridge, boys. Sad day over here. One of the youngest, brightest of big brains extinguished. You know what they say. The brighter the burn, the quicker the extinguish. I'm not quite sure how that works, boys. I don't know. There's some sort of physics thing out there. But this is one of those cases. Oh, wait, no, it's not. Not at all. No. This dude over here is a fraudulent professor. And he got caught. He was faking that motherfucker probably ain't even black. He might be straight. Could you imagine this? This son of a bitch over here, little pussy. Yeah. But he's faking being a gay black dude. And Cambridge was like, oh my God, Ziz, look at this. A gay, non-binary, trans, black person of lesbian color. Professor Emeritus immediately. And then it turned out everything, the autobiography, everything was fake and stupid. And so the guy gets called out on it. He kills himself. And then all of these assholes, you got a whole bunch of black race grifters and a bunch of stupid white guilt having gullible white tards going, oh my God, you guys did this. Fuck you. I don't care if I did this. I'm supposed to let black people commit fraud? If I point out a black dude's committing fraud and then he kills himself, I'm responsible? Bitch, I don't care. I accept those terms. This is so dumb. So here you've got Jason Arde, this is Colin Rugg over here, the youngest ever black professor at Cambridge. And then he's like, oh, he was accused of plagiarizing his academic right. He was accused of plagiarizing everything.
Years ago, Jason Arde became the youngest ever black professor appointed at Cambridge University, an 800-year-old institution.
Yeah, see, it just goes to show even 800-year-old institutions are still doing stupid woke DEI nonsense. Oh, what do you say because he's black?
Yeah, like, it shows you just how bullshit these universities are. If this lying retard can become a fucking professor. And he was a professor of some dumb bullshit. It's like some kind of weird woke gay gender theory study thing. Yeah, all these People are saying the people who exposed him for being a liar wanted him to die and stuff, and they're blaming everybody for his death. The guy's like just a dumb fraud. Who the fuck cares?
2,000 staff, opened offices around the world, and now spend billions of dollars annually on this investment strategy. Fast forward to 2024, and they had a year where they underperformed this passive benchmark so badly that they had officially underperformed over the entire 18 years since the start of active management to the tune of $42.7 billion. This wasn't the first time this had happened, but it was a pretty stark illustration of how active management tends to underperform passive management over the long term. However, in a very convenient twist, they decided that at this moment of maximum underperformance, that their performance benchmark simply wasn't suitable anymore. Instead, they wanted to switch to a benchmark that reflects their actual portfolio construction strategy. In other words, they built in an assumption that their overall investment strategy was correct and would only be evaluating their relative performance on how their individual investment choices performed, but not the overall portfolio strategy. The next year, in 2025, they implemented this new benchmark, and although it was, in practice, a significantly lower performance target than the original benchmark, they still underperformed it, but of course still awarded themselves significant performance bonuses. This was helped by a new performance metric in their calculations called Strategic Objectives Performance, which they awarded themselves a perfect score on, with no discussion on how they arrived at that number. It was also helped by the fact that they implemented this benchmark change retroactively. So despite the fact that they underperformed this new benchmark in 2025, they were rewarded for the fact that they had overperformed this new benchmark in previous years before they created it. Their 5-year performance against this benchmark, which is the time frame that their bonuses are based on, was—
Why do black people always blame whites for everything?
I don't know, man. Stupid, I guess. Thanks, Dodo.
still negative, but they were still awarded a relative performance bonus because their bonus curve for relative performance starts well below zero value added. In the 2026 report, they once again underperformed this new benchmark, but this time they were able to claim positive relative performance over a 5-year period because although they'd underperformed their new benchmark in both years since it was created, they'd overperformed it in previous years before it was created. Accordingly, they handed out lavish bonuses, with the fund CEO making $7 million after receiving the biggest bonus in fund history. At this point, the relative performance against the original benchmark since active management—
So this is what your taxes are going towards. People who are throwing away your fucking pension money and then getting $7 million bonuses for not even being able to do their job right. Dodo.
Fuck, dude. God, man.
Oh, look at that. You hate to see it, Abe. And by hate, I mean I love it. Inject this right into my veins. Weirdo effeminate lefty crash out from Dean Withers. Dean Withers, big YouTube star. Look, I gotta...
Believe all women, DEI, let all the Muslims in, and then these people, like, get exactly what happens by dealing with these crazy, lying, dumb bitch, like, lefty women. And then, yeah. It's just so ridiculous. This basically happened to Destiny. Destiny is one of these fucking people who make up this, like, you know, fucking false rape accusation apologia. Oh, it rarely ever happens. Women don't lie that often. What happens? Gets with some crazy fucking bitch. Because something happened in the relationship she doesn't like, she made up a bunch of fucking bullshit about him. He's made him waste thousands of dollars on lawyer fees now. It's just so fucking ridiculous. Like, all we have to do is just not take dumb bitch fucking women seriously. Life would be better, but these fucking beta male retards just insist upon it.
Silver YouTube play button in the background. This is a very important show that I run over here where I debate all of those rapist Nazi conservatives. How's that working out for you? How's that working out for you? If I had a daughter, I wouldn't let her hang out with pit bulls or male feminist boys because every time.
Dude, just about every single male friend I've had has had some form of false rape or false sexual harassment allegation against them. Just about every single one, with maybe 2 exceptions. Like women lie about this shit fucking constantly. It's like a hobby of theirs or something. Like, it's just their go-to thing if they're upset at you.
It turns out to be them, right? Here we've got Kaiser Rev. Dean Withers is currently crashing out over rape allegation. Well, that's a shame. And just like you pricks on the left-hand side, guess what? Hashtag I believe every woman now selectively. Oh, that's a shame. That's a shame. That's a shame. The Groiper curse is pretty scary, man. Yeah, I don't know if there's video out there of Nick crying like a bitch on a stream. I have to imagine it doesn't exist. But boy, all of you effeminate lefty weirdo goofballs who like to shove crayons up your buttholes, allegedly. That's weird.
Proven wrong, I do agree with you, but I'm just saying it hasn't been proven wrong.
I absolutely okay.
To me,
So
it
somebody,
hasn't been proven wrong.
I proved it wrong by showing that the DMs were fake. Fuck you.
Woo! Woo! Oh, hey, watch that naughty language, son. So,
okay, this guy's super fucking annoying.
It started 20 years ago is roughly negative $120 billion. Now, recently, there have been a few more people in the media starting to take notice of the fact that they're underperforming their targets, but giving themselves massive bonuses at the same time. For example, this article in PitchBook from July 2026 discussing criticism of the retroactive benchmark change. CBP Investments has been making a lot of defensive PR statements in these articles, with Chief Corporate Affairs Officer Michel Leduc saying that the new benchmark allegedly has higher expected returns than the old one, even though its actual performance has been much lower. And in 2025, their relative performance against the new benchmark was negative 0.75% over a 5-year period, resulting in a relative performance multiplier of only 0.17, thus refuting the suggestion that this was a self-serving compensation adjustment. However, if we look at the original benchmark before the retroactive change, their relative performance would have been about negative 3.8% annually, resulting in a relative performance multiplier of 0. The performance benchmark change, plus the introduction of a perfectly scored strategic objectives performance component, moved the bonus multiplier from 0.72 under the old formula to 1.04 under the new formula, resulting in a significant increase in compensation. So, if anything, rather than refuting the suggestion that this was a self-serving change, it confirms the fact that this was a self-serving change, because these changes resulted in a clear increase in performance bonuses for the same performance over that 5-year period. But now, only 2 years out from retroactively changing their performance benchmark, they've just published a paper on the subject of moving beyond the benchmark, in which they argue that it's not really fair to compare their performance to a benchmark at all because of their comprehensive portfolio strategy. According to them, even if they're adding positive investment value, false negative performance may persist for many years. Personally, I think 20 years is a pretty long time to be allowed to prove the value of your investment strategy, and so far, they haven't been able to do that. This has come along with a handful of articles with insane headlines like, "A winning portfolio can still look like a loser," CPP Investments warns.
Jeez.
Based on their paper, they seem to want to move their performance evaluation away from their actual results and towards things like, was the decision sound given information available ex ante? In other words, did we think this was a good decision when we did it, regardless of how it turned out? This is just me talking, but I don't exactly consider it seemed like a good idea at the time to be a very rigorous performance benchmark. They wrap up by proposing that instead of being compared to a specific benchmark, like the reference portfolio, which they once described as a clear method to measure our success, they should instead be compared to approximately 10,000 feasible portfolio designs which show how they're actually doing a good job, although conveniently without any methodology to explain how they came up with those 10,000 examples. What they're doing here is truly an incredible feat of mental gymnastics. They said their new benchmark has higher expected returns than the old one, despite having lower returns by an average of 2.6% or 260 basis points per year over the past 10 years. They believe they're adding value over the new benchmark, despite underperforming it in both years since it was introduced.
By the way, like again, they're underperforming the market by a substantial margin. And this has been consistent over like a decade. So why the fuck does this exist? Like, it's insane.
We need to stop believing women. I assume all women are lying and manipulative until proven otherwise. If you've ever had female co-workers, you know this is true.
Oh yeah.
We gotta protect our wallets and integrity against these hoes.
You can look at HR complaints. As there's more women inside a company, HR complaints go up, and it doesn't matter what the proportion is between men and women. So it's not like there's a bunch of toxic dudes in the workplace and then women complain about them, and then as you remove men, HR complaints go down. No, it consistently goes up and up and up and up and up the more women you have at a company. So women are just lying, catty fucking retards. And there's a lot of psychological data on this. Basically, women have an anti-competitive mindset, so their way of getting ahead is basically by sabotaging other people. So if they want to if they want, like, say, a pay raise or a job promotion, rather than just trying to do a good job, they try to sabotage their other coworkers by making up bullshit. So, oh, this person harassed me. Oh, he or she touched me inappropriately. Oh, they said an inappropriate joke I didn't like. And they're hoping they get fired or penalized in some way and they get the promotion or the raise they want rather than the other person. So, like, that, it's just what women fucking do. So, yeah, it's a much better heuristic to just assume all women are lying rather than all women are telling the truth. You'd have, you'd just have a more accurate foundation if you tackled things through that standpoint. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
Produced. And they believe they're doing a great job fulfilling the fund objectives, despite not meeting the actuarial assumptions for real returns over the past 5 years, which is the time frame that's supposed to be used for assessing their performance. Apparently, despite all of these performance metrics looking negative over their performance assessment period, they managed to see through the noise, determine that they're doing a great job, and award themselves the largest executive bonuses in fund history, despite not being able to explain why in the text of the report. Good for them. It's really incredible to me that even though they've said it's basically impossible to evaluate their investment performance,
had a tablet of D-ball, running 300 tests and enthate per week. Felt extremely revved up and pumped during legs, but I swear felt bloated at the same time. Compound thoughts. It's one of the dumbest fucking drugs you can possibly take. Yeah, it makes you bloated. That's the primary mechanism in which it actually makes you stronger. It makes you very well hydrated. Because of the water retention and the way your muscles work, it requires hydraulic force. So if you're well hydrated, yeah, you're going to be stronger. It's an oral, so it's a fast-acting drug. You're going to notice big strength improvements a lot of the time from orals. But it's just a really dumb compound. You're better off running something like Anavar. You'll probably notice similar strength benefits. It's nowhere near as liver toxic. Anavar is extremely, extremely mild, and it also doesn't make you bloated and have water retention. It actually makes you look better. It's also better for recovery, like it helps with collagen synthesis and everything. And D-ball, yeah, it'll raise your blood pressure, it'll make you retain a fuck ton of water, and it's great for also causing gynecomastia. Basically, D-ball converts into methyl estrogen, and it's a much, much, much more potent form of estrogen. So it's a very surefire way to give yourself gyno. I would just stop taking it, dude. So yeah, just run Anavar. I don't know why anybody uses any other oral. Like, there's some applications for Anadrol, but you just fucking run Anavar if you're gonna run an oral.
Also, you're completely right. That's another reason men aren't wanting to work is because they don't want to deal with women's toxicity. It's the reason why construction jobs are more appealing, because not many women work there and cause drama.
Yeah. Yeah. Women are fucking annoying to work with. They just are. They're also less productive, don't work as hard, take more off days, take more sick days. Like, they complain like fucking crazy. They're just a liability, so you're better off just working with other dudes. Thanks though, Ben Boy.
We also need to crack down on drunk drivers like that bitch who killed that bride on her wedding day.
Yeah, we do. I don't know exactly how to go about that. I don't think an outright ban on alcohol makes any sense.
Also,
we might want to move to a system where, like, you can only drink at home or something. So, like, it's fucked up. Alcohol just ruins lives in so many ways. Like, it's actually worse for you than, like, crack and heroin. So it's just bizarre that you could just go to a fucking business, get drunk off your fucking ass. And like, again, we know what happens. Like, these people just drink and drive, fucking ruin other people's lives, not just their fucking own. And like, they start fights, act like jackasses. The amount of like assaults and deaths that occur due to alcohol is just fucking crazy. I actually have a family member who very likely killed somebody in a drunken bar fight. He didn't get charged with it at the time because the dude was partly responsible for the fight. Like, he followed him outside, and there wasn't any like footage. It was just them outside, and the only evidence they had to go on was basically my family member's testimony. The perpetrator, but he very likely fucking murdered somebody because he got drunk and then got into a fight with a guy. Like, alcohol is just fucking retarded.
They managed to figure out that they deserve millions upon millions of dollars in performance bonuses, despite persistent underperformance against their benchmarks. Now, the relative performance is one thing, but you may be saying, this benchmark stuff is all irrelevant because they're a pension fund. Their job isn't to beat the market, their job is to get stable returns. Well, let me introduce you to the active equities team. According to the CPP Investments website, their job is very explicitly to outperform the market. They do this by using their investment expertise to pick publicly traded or soon-to-be public companies that they expect to over or underperform the market. As of the 2026 annual report, they've got a team of 120 people working on this. The way they implement this is with what's called a market-neutral strategy, meaning that they have counterbalancing long and short positions in different market segments. For those unfamiliar with investing terminology, a long position is when you buy a stock expecting it to go up. If you buy a stock for $100 and it goes to $110, you've made $10. If it drops to $90, you've lost $10. A short position is when you borrow a stock and sell it, then buy it back later to return to the lender. It's basically a bet that a stock will go down in value. If you buy it for $100 and it drops to $90, you make $10. If it goes up to $110 instead, you've lost $10. The way a market-neutral portfolio works is that you take a long and short position in the same market segment, like buying two different mining companies in a long and short position. If the entire market goes up $10 or the entire market goes down by $10, you don't make or lose any money because you have a long and a short position. The way you make money is by picking stocks you expect to outperform the market as your long positions and stocks you expect to underperform as your short positions. In theory, this allows you to make money all the time, regardless of whether the market is moving up or down. For example, if the whole market drops by $10, but your long position stock only drops by $5 and your short position stock drops by $15, you still made $10 even though the whole market is dropping. The market neutral strategy is what CPP Investments calls an absolute return strategy. There's no benchmark to beat because the natural rate of return should be zero before taking into account the manager's decisions. They either make money or they lose money, and the benchmark is breaking even. So as of the latest annual report, this group has 120 employees and they're managing about $50 billion of long positions and another $50 billion in short positions with the goal of making money whether the market moves up or down. So how much did they make in this past year? Well, they lost a little over $3 billion. And remember, that's not underperformance against a benchmark, it's an absolute return strategy, so they actually lost $3 billion of their pension money for this past year, and that's before expenses. To achieve this feat of investing prowess, they incurred $445 million in expenses. This included $167 million on personnel cost, meaning that on average, each of those 120 employees received just under $1.4 million in total compensation for the year. They also spent $99 million on general and administrative costs and $176 million on taxes and transaction fees. All told, they lost us just under $3.5 billion for the year after expenses. However, performance bonuses at CPP Investments aren't based on a single year, they're based on the past 5 years. So how did they do over the 5-year period? Well, after expenses, they lost $6 billion, or an average of $1.2 billion per year. There's no breakdown of performance bonuses for this group in the report, but throughout the 5-year period, they seem to have been compensated pretty generously. Even though their performance has been significantly negative over the past 5 years, which is the period that the fund's bonuses are supposed to be based on, the average compensation per employee has gone up rather than down. In fact, compared to 5 years ago, the average compensation per employee has gone up by about 50%. Now again, this is a market-neutral strategy, so an investor making picks at random with zero skill involved should get a return of 0. I'm not saying that the investment managers in the active equities team are bad at making stock picks, but I am saying that over the past 5 years, we could have, say, poured gravy onto a laptop keyboard and gotten a dog to make better picks. For their part, the active equities team has attributed the negative returns in the past year to a challenging environment for stock-specific return generation. The problem with that statement for me is that it's always hard to beat the market by picking stocks. You're competing against the collective knowledge of all of the world's investment experts. The thing that makes this a little more frustrating is that this team is supposed to be able to use their skills to deliver positive returns whether the market is moving up or down, and the market has been way, way up over the past 5 years, but they've somehow managed to lose billions of dollars of our money and still pay themselves handsomely to do it. None of this should come as a surprise either. Over a decade ago, there was a paper by Burke and Binsbergen that discussed how, based on basic economic theory, even if investment managers are able to generate alpha and get higher returns by making good decisions, as more investors choose to invest their money with those fund managers, the net alpha to the investor will naturally drop to zero, and any value added will go to the fund manager as fees. The thing is, that's the situation if investment managers and investors are both in a free and competitive marketplace. Skilled managers can go to funds that will compensate them better for their skills, and investors can move their money to the best managers. With CPP investments, the employees are free to go to other firms that will pay them better, but we aren't free to invest our money anywhere else. So there's competition between employers for the skilled managers, but no competition between investment managers for our money. So as a result, you would intuitively expect the net alpha to be negative, and over the past 5 years, that's exactly what we've seen. There also doesn't seem to be any logic behind how this strategy fits into their total portfolio approach, or any of the fund goals that they talk about in media interviews. It's not diversifying into a new market segment, it's public equities which anyone can buy. It's not reducing concentration risk because they're picking specific companies that they want to go overweight.
Dude, there's some weird fucking spamming going on my last video. What the fuck is this? Why the fuck are there so many people spamming the... There's some kind of bot. Yeah, there's some kind of bot promoting some, like, weird fucking book. Oh my god, I fucking hate this. There's like, there's some, like, bot farm basically saying, I was stuck in my life until I read this book called Mystical Body Power or something. Over and over and over again.
Wade into on the expectation that they'll outperform the market. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with managing long-term pension liabilities because their goal is to outperform the market on a year-to-year basis by picking individual stocks rather than tailoring their investment returns to future expected pension payouts. Now, I obviously try to keep tabs on news and discussion around CPP investments, and one interesting development over the past few months is that a former CPP Investments employee named Matthew Kaminsky has been posting about his concerns with how CPP Investments is managed, which largely mirror a lot of what I've discussed in my videos, but with more of an insider perspective. In a recent post responding to their new paper on why they shouldn't be measured against the performance benchmark, he described how in these situations where a long position is balanced against a short position, there are actually potential ways for employees to manipulate the composition of the short position to give themselves an easier performance target and maximize their compensation at year end. I can't personally speak to the validity of this information because it's being published by an individual, but it does seem consistent with the generous compensation being awarded to this group despite losing billions of dollars over their incentive.
Back to that ball question : I'm in a bulk. I've got a sample of ball you've addressed, and a few vials of Deca. Which compound is better to run alongside 300 test 2, or should I just get another compound altogether? Thanks.
Yeah, get a different compound. The safest compound would be Masteron. I don't know where this idea that Masteron doesn't build muscle came from. It's about as anabolic as Test. And it has no side effects. You can run Masteron extremely high without any issues. Like, worst case scenario, if you take too much, you might get like sleepy or have trouble sleeping, you know, stuff like that, when you just have too much of an androgen overload.
To make matters worse, neither the family of that drunk driver nor her even cares about the bride that died.
I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks, Dodo. So, Masteron would be the safest choice. It just doesn't have any, like, nasty side effects. It does lower HDL, but yeah, otherwise it doesn't do anything. You can take Primo. I'm not a big fan of Primo just because of how expensive it is, and it does tend to cause really horrific post-injection pain in most people. Deca isn't a great compound. Again, the side effect profile isn't that great. A lot of people do get bad mental sides long-term, especially if they run it alone. It's a little safer in terms of mental sides if you run it with Test, but Deca will cause gyno like nothing else, especially if you run it with Test. There's some rare exceptions where like people just do not have sensitive glands in their breast tissue, and they can run as much Test and Deca as they want. I think Ian Valaire, he was able to run really high doses of Test and Deca. Never had any gyno issues, but yeah, generally the recipe for gyno is Test and Deca. Boldenone, I think, is a pretty safe choice. There's a lot of stuff going around right now about its kidney toxicity. There's no evidence of kidney toxicity in humans, for one thing. Secondly, in the animal studies where it was found to be kidney toxic, it's completely attenuated by taking vitamin C. I think the equivalent human dose is 6 milligrams of vitamin C per day, which is pretty easy to consume. I know some people get diarrhea from that much vitamin C. I've never had a problem. And on top of that, like, there's so many people who've run super, super high doses of Boldenone, and they have no fucking health problems at all. Like, Dave Palumbo, I'm pretty sure he'd run, like, over a gram of fucking Boldenone sometimes. There's some pros recently who have also run like 800 milligrams of Boldenone for their like bulking stack, and again, like no kidney issues whatsoever. So if it was like a particularly kidney toxic steroid, like I don't see how there's all these people getting away with running it in such high doses for like pretty good lengths of time and having no problems.
Did I make you have any nice dreams with my donations?
I've literally never dreamed about anything you've ever donated. Thanks, 21st. The only problem with Boldenone is some people may get elevated hematocrit on it to a point where they become symptomatic. Some people do get blood pressure issues from it, so you know you just want to monitor that. And it is an AI. So if you crush your estrogen too much, that can certainly cause problems with really low E2. You can supplement with estrogen. That is an option. But like it depends. You just have to check your blood work and see how you react to the drug, right? But yeah, Boldenone, you can get pretty fucking huge on Boldenone. I feel great on Boldenone. Boldenone makes me feel fucking amazing. And another benefit to that compound is it does drive up appetite. So if you're trying to gain weight, yeah, the appetite increase along with the anabolism, and it doesn't cause water retention. It can be a good choice. It can be. But yeah, basically, like, you do have to kind of play around with things and see what drug works best for you. At the end of the day, like, the total milligram count is going to be the most important factor for like gaining muscle mass. So you just choose the compound that works best for you. Least amount of side effects, most amount of gains. In my opinion, I don't think Tren is necessarily a bad compound to assist on a bulk. Like, again, if you're very prone to those sort of mental side effects from Tren and you have trouble sleeping, then yeah, it wouldn't be a good compound. For someone like me, where so far with the doses I've run, it's not causing any like mental health issues whatsoever. Like, it probably is a good choice, and it's extremely, extremely potent. Extremely potent. So you don't have to take much, and you get a lot out of it. So, but yeah, I would say the safest, easiest, most foolproof, like, you know, idiot-proof way of increasing your androgen load is to rely on Masteron. Take the highest dose of tests that you can tolerate, and then add in Masteron. For the vast majority of people, that would probably be the best compound. And again, it's about as anabolic as test. I don't know where the idea came from that it's not anabolic. It is very much anabolic. But thanks for the donation, CT. Hope that helps.
I don't want to go to prison for 15 years.
It's the accused drunk driver who mowed down a bride on her
Jeez.
wedding night.
I don't think I'm a threat to society
This is a spoiled brat.
at all, and I'm not.
Depends on who you talk to.
Just released jailhouse tapes of Zoom calls with her dad show 26-year-old Jamie Komorowski shedding tears, but only for herself.
You got to get tough.
I'm just scared, Dad. I don't want to go away for so long.
We're doing everything we can.
Then she breaks down.
Dude, she's the one who drank and drived.
I know there may not ever be a good alternative for it. But do you think it's wrong to give PPM meds and tell them they can have side effects, even if they know it may just be a sugar pill, without fully understanding the risk of genuine nocebo effects?
Depends on the application. I don't know why you'd do that, but it depends, I guess. Thanks, dude.
We got the right people working on it.
I just don't want to be sent away for like 15 years or something.
It's allegedly 3 times.
What a dumb bitch. Thanks, Dodo. Blaha's babies.
So here's the thing, like
I'm not watching this video. Thanks, dude.
Of compensation period. This also ties back into the paper they published on how it's unfair to compare their total portfolio approach to a specific benchmark. Basically, when they're determining their own performance bonuses, we're allowing them to separate the decision.
I smoke so much weed, I'm in the sky, Jesus taketh me, I'm going manic.
Maybe just relax. Thanks, Conosis.
Decisions from the outcomes. It doesn't matter if the decisions yielded bad results for the fund, as long as they can convince themselves they made a good choice at the time, they can get a performance.
No, don't take DHEA or pregnenolone. In Canada, it's like a controlled substance. You can only get it through a doctor. Good luck getting that prescribed, because doctors are fucking retarded. So I was thinking of actually going to just crossing the border, going to Walmart and just picking it up. In the States, they're just over-the-counter supplements. So I might do that. I don't think there's any issues with just bringing it across the border if you just pick it up from Walmart. But yeah, it's just one of those dumb things.
Performance bonus for it. Meanwhile, we as the public who pay into the fund don't have any way to evaluate whether they're doing a good job or not. We just have to take their word for it. This video has gone on a little long, so I'll wrap it up by saying
26 years old and that woman is still a child.
Yeah, a lot of women don't mature past, like, the age of 9, basically. It's just the way they're treated and raised. They're just treated like children their entire lives, so they never mature. Thanks, Dodo.
Saying that while I understand a lot of the arguments made by people defending CPP investments, this active equities group seems like a key example that flies in the face of everything these people are saying. Their goal is explicitly to outperform the market. They are trying to outperform the market by picking individual public equities. The strategy has no apparent connection to long-term pension liabilities. They have not just underperformed, but they've actually lost billions of dollars of our money over the past 5 years, and despite that, they've been paid very, very well to do it, with essentially no public scrutiny of their results. I really want to emphasize this point. Over the past 5 years, they've lost $6 billion of our pension money, and $800 million of that.
And feminists say women mature faster than men.
They don't. They just don't mature. Thanks, Dodo.
That went to paying the employees who achieved these results. The director of this group is a guy named Frank Iarachi, who was appointed head of active equities in November 2020, meaning he's been in charge for roughly a 5-year period, which is the length of time that their performance bonuses are supposed to be based on. If, unlike me, you're an actual journalist with the real media who's watching this for some reason, this might be a good guy to ask some questions about why they're pursuing this strategy, what the connection to the total portfolio approach is supposed to be, and why they're being paid their highest average compensation on record despite losing billions of dollars of our money over the past 5 years. As a bonus question, you could also ask CPP Investments how much they're spending on all the Instagram, Spotify, and YouTube ads that I keep getting spammed with. I just want to add one more thing, going back to their paper on how the total portfolio approach can't be compared to a benchmark. If they genuinely believe what they're saying in this paper, that they're making correct decisions based on investment theory and their performance can't be measured against a set benchmark, then I don't see how they can justify awarding themselves huge performance bonuses. If they just need to make decisions that seem good in theory and they're not accountable to the results, then why not make these ordinary salary jobs with little or no bonus pay? When they set this up 20 years ago, they said they would be judged based on their performance against a fixed benchmark, and that performance would justify the cost of their performance bonuses. Now,
yeah, after the D-ball tablet, I got home and was feeling around for stiff breast tissue. Well, you're not going to have stiff breast tissue like after one dose. You might notice gland sensitivity or inflammation. As long as you're not feeling sharp pains or you're noticing like actual hard tissue, you're not developing gyno. A lot of steroids that aromatize like or promote aromatization, like what's it called, nandrolone. Tren has a progestogenic effect, and that can act on the breast tissue. D-ball. Anadrol can also promote breast tissue growth. Yeah, if you just have like puffy nipples and some inflammation, it's not a big deal. It's only when you actually start noticing really, really crazy nipple sensitivity, especially when it's associated with actual pain, like sharp pains, and you notice like actual hard lumps, then yeah, you're developing gyno. But yeah, if you just have a bit of sensitivity, a bit of inflammation of the gland, it's just the gland kind of swelling up. It's not actual breast tissue growth. I want to know Vegan Gain's opinion on raising kids vegan. Yeah, it's good. The fuck do you expect me to say?
Cody Pink and Russia are praising Trump's decision to pull back support and cancel drills with South Korea. Wide Trump rewarding North Korea as they send thousands of troops to murder Ukrainians VG. Not to mention the cyber attacks and more.
It's because Trump is literally a deranged lunatic. He's just fucking retarded. Thanks, Dodo. 5 people in a self-driving car, 1 filming, 4 playing saxophones. I don't care. Yeah, I literally don't care. I've seen that clip before. Thanks, dude.
I converted the THC oil from the buds, then I refined it to be injectable so I don't waste it. I injected and my heart rate is 180 BPM right now for 2 hours.
Go to the hospital. That sounds like an allergic reaction. That's dumb. You can't just inject foreign substances in your body that are non-sterile, dude. If your heart rate is literally 180 beats per minute for 2 hours, you might die. So go to the hospital, tell them what happened. You need to be put on some kind of beta blocker, something that will reduce your heart rate. So, yeah. Go to the hospital, like, now, if that's actually true and you're not bullshitting. Thanks, dude.
Richard. Can you draw Destiny and Hassan doing a Dragon Ball Z-style fusion dance while drawing Donald Trump looking like Broly in the background?
No, I'm too tired. Maybe tomorrow.
Don't fall asleep again. Now I'm getting fucked pissed.
Okay, thanks, dude. Ask me tomorrow. Just donate $2 or something. I can't be fucked. I'm sorry. Yeah, just remind me tomorrow. I'll remember it. Like, you can even type in chat, but I can't be fucked to do that right now. Thanks, dude. Raphael, let me see.
How they want to ditch the performance, but keep the bonuses. To me, this is just another example of CBP investments talking out of both sides of their mouth. They're telling us that a performance benchmark isn't an adequate way to evaluate their portfolio strategy, and it might take decades to determine if they've added value or not, but they also want to be paid bonuses today based on the past few years of performance, whether it was good or bad. I'm sorry, but I don't really think you can have it both ways. So that's all for this video, and I keep telling myself after every one of these that I'm not going to make any more videos on CPP investments, but they keep doing stuff that I think is worth paying attention to, so I guess as long as they keep trying to move themselves farther away from accountability for their performance, I'll keep making videos about it. As always, thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know what to look out for with gyno, and then just because they get a little bit of inflammation in the nipple, they just go into tamoxifen, crush their estrogen. But yeah, usually if you're actually developing gyno, you'll feel like actual stinging pain. It's kind of like a needle.
Canada. Let's have a look.
Are you scared of tits because Pat is flat chest?
Welcome back to the channel. So today we're going to be diving back into yet another video analyzing violent crime statistics in Canada and dispelling yet some more political lies along the way. A couple of weeks ago, Statistics Canada officially dropped the 2025 crime stats, and with the exception of the year where the Liberals put the entire country on house arrest, because reasons.
Let me guess. They're doing what happened in the States where these liberal municipalities basically reclassified crimes and downgraded them to make it seem as though crime's going down.
This was really the first year that violent crime appears to have gone down since the Liberals took office in late 2015. Justice Minister Sean Fraser and Public Safety Minister Gary Nadsangari took to X.
I can guarantee you crime is not down. It's just not. This has to be statistic manipulation.
Proclaim just how great the Liberal government is and how amazing they are at keeping Canadians safe. Yet at the same time, Pierre Poilievre cited this very same report, suggesting that violent crime still went up, despite what the Liberals otherwise claim the report says. Of course, all of the Muppets came out on X, each denouncing their hated parties and calling them liars. So what's with the discrepancy in the data, and who's actually telling the truth here? Well, the first thing to understand about this report from Statistics Canada is that it primarily focuses on the Crime Severity Index. And if you've ever heard of the Crime Severity Index before, or the CSI, you know that the CSI purportedly records the crime rate in Canada and then weights that crime rate by the severity of said crimes, hence Crime Severity Index. And in theory, this is actually a pretty sensible practice, because it should give a rough approximation at a glance of just how dangerous Canada is becoming as a country in a way that a mere crime rate measurement can't really observe. Like, even within the sphere of violent crime alone, there is a pretty big difference between a basic charge for assault, which could be something as minor as, raising a clenched fist against somebody, versus incidents like gang violence or drive-by shootings. So even if there are fewer serious offenses, these serious offenses ought to be considered to have a greater impact on public safety, as they carry far greater consequences. So the premise of the Crime Severity Index absolutely makes sense, without a doubt. And this rationale is a decent part of what brought down the Crime Severity Index in 2025. Homicides and firearm-related charges dropped pretty significantly across the country, and that alone had a fairly significant impact on the Crime Severity Index, as you might expect. However, in practice, the index doesn't entirely achieve its promised objective, and a good way to demonstrate this is by looking at extremes on the opposite ends of the severity scale. We're talking about homicides and shoplifting. In any given year, both homicides and shoplifting account for about 2 to 3% of the Crime Severity Index. However, there are usually only a few hundred homicides, whereas there can be as many as hundreds of thousands of shoplifting incidents. So on one hand, you can tell that the Crime Severity Index works because a single homicide is weighted to be considered a crime equal to several hundred shoplifting incidents. But at the same time, it also exposes the problem with the index. Because even though the severity definitely matters in the equation, the sheer volume of petty crimes can and do easily overshadow the more severe ones in the current weighting of the index. So even though it's named the Crime Severity Index, it's still also a crime volume index as much as anything. And this is even detailed in the Statistics Canada report, because 63% of the Crime Severity Index is accounted for by non-violent crimes. Now, while there are certainly some crimes in the non-violent crime category which are pretty serious, such as, child-related offenses and so on, violent crime is typically the more serious of the two categories in most instances. And while violent crime in Canada accounts for about 20% of all of the crimes committed in Canada, it still barely accounts for about a third of the severity index. So again, this does demonstrate that the index does consider violent crime to be more severe on average, but only slightly so. As such, when you look at the overall crime severity index since the Liberals took office in late 2015, you see a relatively minor change in the index. Like since 2016, the severity index has only gone up about 4%, suggesting that crime in Canada has really not gotten any more severe under the Liberal government rule. Which is obviously a completely ridiculous thing to suggest.
Yeah, it's...
The deranged and desperate reactions of meat-eaters to hearing about alpha-gal animal product allergies from Lone Star Ticks are a guilty pleasure. Is it good for it to spread?
Everybody's talking about
Bill
Gates investing in LabMate, but nobody's talking about the other.
Oh my god, they're claiming Bill Gates is spreading alpha-gal so that beef production goes down.
The Bill and
I'm not gonna bother this is just fucking brain rot, but it's fucking climate change. Like it's getting warmer and it's a better environment for these ticks, and they're just spreading. Like, these people are fucking retarded, and then these same people deny global warming. Like, it's fucking crazy. Fucking morons. Thanks, soy milk.
But at the same time, that is exactly what the Crime Severity Index is telling us. So what this means is that, despite its name, the Crime Severity Index gives far too much credence to the volume of non-serious crimes, and not enough to the severity of less common, but significantly more dangerous crimes. Now, fortunately, the index is also broken down by non-violent and violent crimes, and you can very, very clearly see that the Violent Crime Severity Index is up massively since the Liberals took office. Not only has the volume of violent crime gone up significantly since...
Buddy, what are we doing? Time to get out of that shithole and launch that bodybuilding career in Florida. A comp trophy and Glock is waiting for you. USA, USA, USA.
I do genuinely want to move to Florida. That is probably something that I will do. Very high likelihood. Can't move just yet, but yeah. Very high likelihood I will end up moving to Florida. Very high likelihood. Bro. I just am so fucking envious of the firearms laws in the United States. You can get pretty much fucking anything. Like, there's still that cucked bullshit with machine guns, but you can buy transferables. And you can even get around it. You can just buy like a super safety or something, and then you basically still have a machine gun. Like, it's so dope, and you can carry whatever fucking gun you want around. I'd love to get a staccato. Those are just fucking sexy-ass handguns. Glocks are really nice too. I'd probably conceal carry either Glock 17 or Glock 34. I'm probably big enough where concealed carrying a full-size pistol or something that's technically slightly smaller, like a 34, or is it the 43? I tend to mix them up. Yeah, but I could probably easily conceal carry a full-size pistol. I'd really like a Staccato XC. They're just so fucking sexy and flat shooting. Yeah, dude. America's fucking based. Yeah, the only downside is the healthcare thing. You'd have to pay for insurance. But yeah, America is pretty fucking based, man. But yeah, if I could get dual citizenship, you know, if I have any real serious health issues, I could just go to Canada, get treated Canada for free. Dodo. Huh. Well, I mean, it is boomer music, basically. It's not really surprising. What's the shit? Story you won't see on Al Jazeera. UN leaders honor UNRWA principal unmasked as Hamas operative. UN leaders lit an eternal flame. Oh my god. Of course. Well, we know UNRWA is being infiltrated by Hamas and other terrorist organizations. There seems to be some member ties to Iran. But yeah, we all know, like, it's an open secret at this point. Thanks, Dodo.
Then, but the severity of these crimes has also gone up. So in a sense, the crime severity index is kind of misleading, but the violent crime severity index, or the VCSI, that's pretty enlightening. And it
Trust we don't pay healthcare here in France, but it's a double-edged sword as doctors are overworked. See patients 10 minutes in. Well, France is just a shithole. Complete and utter shithole. Like, the country is, like, so broke and going fucking bankrupt, and the immigration's ruining the country. You also have no rights, no free speech. It's just a gay, dumb... It's just a, like, you know, the liberal shithole commie fucking paradise where everyone's broke, everyone's going broke, the country's losing a ton of money, they're letting in all the fucking immigrants, there's, like, no social cohesion, and, yeah, all the amazing public services that they used to have, they're all going to fucking shit just because of just really bad policy. Same thing's happening in the UK. A lot of the problem with the UK is they've been actively trying to defund the NHS. In France's case, what's been going on, it's the same thing that's happening in Canada. Basically, the country's a fucking shithole. The working as a doctor there just sucks, and they're overworked, underpaid, and they could just move to a different country where they have better pay and they're not worked so hard. And yeah, the same thing's happening in Canada. Again, that's in large part due to immigration and all these brokey, fake fucking, you know, refugee migrants. They're not paying into the social healthcare system or any, like, they just don't pay taxes because they make no money. And then you have all these social programs that can't get properly funded because you have this massive influx of fucking people coming in that can't pay back into the system, and it just ends up breaking. You can't have, like, a welfare state and have open borders. You can either have very strict borders and a welfare state, or you just mostly fund things privately and have open borders. You can't have it both ways. So it just ends up, like, bankrupting the fucking country. And
plenty of kettlebells in the US as well. Hit me up, we'll get a workout in with a 350-degree sauna and ice cube plunge. Share a vegan elk steak on me.
I'm not going to do that, but I would like to go to Florida. Thanks, dude. Yeah, so, yeah, all these good social programs, they're going to shit just because of how the country's being run. New Epstein bombshell. Is this a Brian Tyler
Today is the
Cohen
day we've been
video?
waiting for because
I'm not watching that.
we now have some
And I'm not watching that.
We now have a major.
And I'm not watching that. These people are becoming Alex Jones at this point. Don't you realize? Well, Brian Tyler Cohen is a complete hack. He's a total joke. He's a anti-Semite. He's a DSA fucking shill. And yeah, the reason he keeps making these Epstein videos is, one, primarily, I think it's grifting. He's just noticed that the Epstein bullshit that he's peddling is just making him more money, getting more views. And again, the guy's like a brain-rotted fucking retard. He probably thinks some of this Epstein shit means anything. Literally nothing happened. Epstein just liked to fuck 18-year-old prostitutes. That's all there is to it. And then these women lied about him because they thought they can get money out of him because he's rich. They made up a bunch of stupid bullshit, crazy fucking stories. And then unfortunately, the guy was murdered in fucking prison by one of his cellmates because they thought he was a pedophile and the guards turned a blind eye. That's all there is to it. And then you've got Brian Tyler Cohen, who's a brain-rotted fucking retard. Just over and over and over again. That's the only content the guy uploads. Thanks, Dodo.
Being against Epstein.
Not even
demonstrates very clearly which of the political parties in Canada actually make public safety their priority. The Violent Crime Severity Index went down by almost 25% during Harper's government between 2006 and 2015, but it...
gun culture is dumb. You can easily be the unfortunate gun death. Oh, I see. So you only want criminals to have guns. Yeah, that makes sense. Why don't you come to Canada, where they're enacting exactly that? Only the criminals have guns. Yeah. Have like 5 or 10 people invade your fucking home with guns, and they're like drug addicted fucking deranged retards. They probably will fucking shoot you, and then you can talk about how gun control is such a great idea. Take all the fucking guns away from law-abiding citizens so that you can't protect yourself, and you can't shoot the criminals, and the criminals can just shoot you. You're a gay fucking retard. If like especially if you're a man, if you're pro-gun control, you're a fucking pathetic, weak beta male pussy. Get your fucking testosterone levels checked. You're actually a pathetic, fucking retarded coward.
The only 2 things you need to be happy in life is guns and sexy asses to eat.
Well, steroids also help, and working out, and video games. It's all pretty base, too. Cats are also awesome. Thanks, Ben Boy. In Australia, under 18-year-olds run through homes with machetes because bail laws are lax and underage kids, and there's limited gun ownership in major cities. Yep. Well, by the way, the NFA actually didn't do anything to reduce firearms violence. Criminals still have guns, and actually the majority of the guns seized by police are homemade. Especially with the advent of 3D printers, you can just make a gun. You don't even need any like real firearms parts. Look up the FGC9. It's just a 3D printed gun. You don't need any firearms parts. You can just get like a steel tube. You can make your own rifling too. It's pretty easy. And yeah, the idea of gun control has been made completely and utterly obsolete, like beyond retarded stupid with the advent of 3D printing. It's a huge mistake to embrace American gun culture. No matter what benefit of protection you get, the downside isn't worth it. Yeah, so again, only let the criminals have guns. You're a retard. I live in a dangerous city. I own guns. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. What a fucking idiot. I'm just banning you from my chat. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking dumb, hypocritical fag retard.
It has gone up about 29% since...
Do you do cardio and rest days? How long and what cardio? Yeah. So I do my HIIT cardio sessions on rest day. I just do it when I wake up. So I do HIIT cardio. Right now I'm just doing 6 intervals. I think it takes like, I think it takes like 12 or 15 minutes total. And I do it on rest days just because it gives my legs more time to recover. If I do the HIIT sessions on a training day, it just ends up being, it ends up interfering with my leg training. Or if I do it on a leg day, then I can't really do the HIIT sessions that well, so I just do it the day after leg day. Thanks though, Dodo.
Since 2016. What this means is that, after a decade of the Liberals claiming to put the safety of Canadians above all else, they have managed...
Why not go vegetarian? It's a similar diet with all the great benefits and less restrictions. No, it doesn't have all the great benefits because you're still murdering animals, you dumb fuck. Also, like, dairy and eggs are not good for you. So, why would you have an issue with eating eggs, for example? Because they murder the chickens, you dumbass. So they murder male chicks in the egg industry because they're not useful. So they literally throw male chicks into a fucking grinder when they're first born. And then female hens are just abused and tortured their entire lives. And once they can't lay enough eggs, they just kill them. So yeah, I'm not in favor of abuse, exploitation, and murder of animals. Hence, I don't eat fucking eggs or dairy, you fucking useless fucktard.
Managed to raise the violent crime severity index to recorded highs in recent years, despite inheriting it at near record lows. So even though the Liberals have been consistently promising us more safety in exchange for our freedoms, the severity of violent crime in recent years has...
Eggs are optimal, but you can do it without it. Congratulations, you're a retard.
Literally never been worse since the...
I didn't realize that eating high cholesterol foods that taste like farts are quote-unquote optimal. Dude, like, I get the dumbest motherfuckers in my chat.
Origin of the crime severity index itself.
The first job of the federal government is to keep Canadians safe.
Now, all that being said, strictly speaking, the severity index for both violent crime and non-violent crime did go down last year, which is a good thing. Regardless of, who's in charge or if the decline was the result of random variance or whatever the case is, that is a good thing. And it's worth mentioning that not all crime rests solely on the shoulders of the federal government, even though most of it does. For example, if you break down the violent crime severity index by province, Alberta stands out as being relatively immune to the federal public safety policy. During the previous Conservative government, the violent crime severity index declined by about 8%, and during the current Liberal...
When I inject the weed, I went on 3-day mania, having sex with so many girls. I was in the sky and fucked 12 different girls in 3 days. I was out of my mind.
That's nice. Thanks, dude.
Government, it hasn't even gone up 10%. Whereas, most other provinces have experienced pretty significant fluctuations in these time brackets, some going even as high as 70 to 80%, but not Alberta. So even though the federal government has failed pretty massively on public safety, that does not necessarily mean that the provinces or even municipalities, that they're not necessarily completely helpless to stem the tide on their own here either. So why do the Liberals fail so badly on public safety? Well, the answer is kind of...
Because they're pro-crime. They get rid of guns from law-abiding citizens, leave the criminals with all the guns, and they keep letting them out of prison.
Kind of obvious, especially for us gun owners. It's because they quite simply don't focus on public safety. They aren't even interested in it. And I don't mean that in an inflammatory way either, because it's measurably...
Every single police agency, including the Toronto Police, have criticized the Liberal government for their gun policies. They've pointed out that these gun bans do absolutely nothing to stop any crimes, and all the crime guns used are just illegally obtained, 90% of them coming from the United States. So, yeah, this whole gun ban thing in Canada, it's entirely political. Their main reason for doing this is they think it will get them votes because their voting base, well, they think their voting base is anti-gun. And secondly, it's political persecution. They just like to politically persecute conservatives. The Liberal Party is essentially fucking fascist, and they do everything they can to politically persecute conservatives and punish them for not voting for them.
And demonstrably true. Take, for example, gun violence. In the discussion about gun violence, conservatives say that violence is
Congratulations, you're banned. See you later. Don't give a fuck if you're a member.
itself is the problem, and therefore they take steps to reduce violence. And this leads to a meaningful reduction in said violence since they are concerned with reducing the violence. Liberals, however, believe that the problem with gun violence is not the violence, it is the gun.
You can't be serious about being tough on crime if you're not willing to be tough on guns. You can't be serious about stopping intimate partner violence.
This guy is just a lying, manipulative, fascist retard. So one, the guns are illegally obtained, and 90% of them are coming from the United States. So banning guns from law-abiding citizens does nothing. And secondly, you can look at the Liberals' proposed gun buyback program, and the they're trying to have a forced confiscation program. Guess what? The only people who apply, who the confiscation and buyback program is applicable to are law-abiding gun owners. If you have an illegally obtained firearm, the liberal government has literally told you, keep your gun. They will not accept any fucking guns that were illegally obtained. They only want guns that were legally obtained by licensed gun owners. So if they were tough on guns and wanted to take crime guns off the street, then why is the buyback program and the forced confiscation only applicable to legal licensed gun owners? When they do these buyback programs in other countries like the United States, they will accept any gun from anyone, legal or not, because they're actually interested in taking crime guns off the street. The liberals don't want to do that. This is entirely political persecution against conservatives. The liberals are fucking fascist.
Without being serious about gun control.
Gun violence is a complex problem, but at the end of the day, the math is really quite simple. The fewer the guns in our communities, the safer everyone will be.
So they take measures to reduce gun ownership.
Yeah, Australia and New Zealand are gay, cucked, fucking retard countries. Wasn't the Prime Minister of New Zealand a woman too? Like, it's... If you have a leader of the nation who's a woman, it's not a real fucking country.
And do not at all.
Mr. Gaines, I hit a new personal record on the conventional deadlift with a stiff bar. 622 pounds or 282.5 kilograms. The arms are measuring 17.5 inches as well.
Dope, dude. That's strong. Sick. Nice lift, dude. Yeah, you're fucking strong, man. I think you can get 700. Go for 700, dude. I think you got it in you. Nice. Thanks, Matthew.
Take measures to reduce violence. In fact, for some reason in their infinite wisdom, they have instead implemented laws which deliberately reduce the punishments for violence, which, frankly, that's effectively the same thing as encouraging it. Now, Bill C-75 back in 2019 turned bail into a sort of catch-and-release system, whereas C-5 eliminated mandatory minimum sentencing in 2022 for a whole slew of firearms-related offenses, including extortion with a firearm. And soon after doing that, they proceeded to ban thousands of models in hunting and sporting firearms, as well as placing a nationwide freeze on the ownership of handguns. And by focusing on reducing gun ownership rather than reducing violence, both violent crime and firearm-related violent crime have exploded under their rule, and this is especially true since 2019. And you can see this happening very...
Yep. Again, the liberals want there to be crime. They do not give a fuck. The fundamental basis for doing this is to politically persecute conservatives and get votes. They do not give a shit about public safety.
Very clearly when it's graphed out. Historically, violent crime and non-violent crime, they follow each other pretty closely. They're kind of flying in formation. And then since 2019, you can visibly see them diverge significantly. Non-violent crime rates continue to be low, even as low or even lower than when the conservatives were in power, but violent crime rates suddenly skyrocket.
Here we go again. We have a police officer laying in there, shot. We had a police officer murdered only a few months ago. And as the deputy said, here we go. We have someone out on bail for violent offenses, committing other violent offenses.
There's a mixture of non-restricted, restricted, prohibited firearms before you. I will say that current with our investigation, none of them were found to be lawfully possessed.
So, the evidence is in. Guns don't cause gun violence. Violence causes gun violence. But let's be honest here, this has been known for quite a while now by anyone who's paying...
What are your thoughts on the red pill and women's duties in society in general? Should women pursue careers or focus on homemaking?
People can do whatever the fuck they want. We live in a free society. Thanks, Kyle.
I was the only one that loved you.
Sure. Thanks, dude.
Any kind of attention. And you can see that by noticing just how closely the red and yellow lines follow each other on the graph. And this is a correlation which goes just beyond a simple visual confirmation, because you could express this correlation mathematically. Now, there are several different formulas you can use to calculate correlations, but the Pearson product correlation is one of the more common as well as one of the more strict formulas, meaning it's less prone to finding coincidences. I've used the Pearson formula in other videos, and if you remember, a positive one means a perfect correlation, a negative one means a perfectly inverse correlation, and a 0 means no correlation of any kind. So using the numbers from the 2024 firearm-related crime article in Jurastat, we can see that the correlation between violent crime and gun crime is quite high between 2009 and 2024. It correlates at a 0.84, and since the Liberals have taken office, that correlation rises to a walloping 0.95. And it's important to remember here, that number can't be any higher than 1. 1 is a perfect score. It's a perfect correlation. So while it's important to note that strictly speaking, correlation is not causation, correlations that are nearing 1 are usually pretty indicative that you're on the right track. Like, it's pretty rare to see such high correlations in any real world scenario, let alone scenarios as complicated and convoluted as society-wide statistics. Like, there should be tons and tons of confounding variables dragging down any attempt at a correlation into the dirt, but as you can clearly see, that just isn't the case. And this is because of how significantly intertwined overall violent crime and firearm-related violent crime really are. Such high correlations could mean that there really aren't any other meaningful variables to consider, or at the very least that these variables are insignificant in comparison to their relationship. And you don't just have to take my word for it either, because most of the recent Jurastat articles also point out the same relationship, and their language suggests that it's far more causal, which it is. They often imply or even outright say that firearm-related violent crime is up because violent crime is up, and that gun violence is merely a reflection of overall violent crime. Of course, they still try to flimsy attempt to link this back to gun ownership because Jurastat and the CCJCSS who runs it, they're not really a nonpartisan agency. And I've been critical of them for this many times in the past, and now it seems that even Gary Mauser has picked up on this pattern too. But even through their bias, the CCJCSS can cheaply admit that violence itself is what drives gun violence, even if some would otherwise consider that to be, counterintuitive. So no matter how you look at it, the solution to gun violence is not gun control, it's violence control. It always has been, and the evidence overwhelmingly demonstrates that fact. Even so, the Liberals have never promised or even attempted any kind of violence control in Canada. Despite all of their bans and their freezes and all their new gun control laws, Canada continues to become a more dangerous and more violent place every single year overall, so violent crimes simply make up a larger proportion, and that's partly true, but there's also something about how incident-based reporting is recorded which most people don't know. All crime measured in Canada is collected by the UCR, or the Uniform Crime Reporting Survey, and this UCR has two very important limitations which we need to be wary of when we interpret crime trends. First off, the UCR, which the severity index is based on, classifies incidents according to the most serious offense in the incident. And in categorizing incidents, violent offenses will always take precedence over non-violent offenses. So if the incident in question involves a B&E, and this B&E results in an assault, that incident is instead recorded as an incident of assault. So what this means is that even though the crime severity index is going down for a lot of non-violent crimes, that doesn't necessarily mean that crimes like B&E are becoming less common.
I see. Right. Okay. So,
It could also mean that home invasions are becoming more severe. The second part of this, and perhaps the most important part, is that the UCR only records incidents which are actually reported to the police, or incidents which otherwise come to their attention somehow. So a reduction in crime doesn't even necessarily truly mean that there is a reduction in crime. It can also simply mean that there's a reduction in reporting. If people are becoming so disenfranchised with the criminal justice system, or
well, here's the thing. Especially with these home invasions now, the police are prosecuting the homeowners for defending themselves. So they're disincentivizing people from calling the police. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if that's happening. Yeah, dude, Canada is just becoming a shithole. Like, it's just a complete fucking joke. Fuck, god damn it. Canada is so fucking dumb.
Does U.S. military policies on PEDs, performance-enhancing drugs, need to change?
Probably.
Yes.
Yeah,
I like that. They had that Olympic.
Yeah, dude, he's based. Yeah, he's all into that, like, you know, TRT plus shit.
For see how faster, stronger, better you can get. I mean, they only broke like one world record, but still, it's like no. I think the military should be training everybody like Drago, Russian style, and Rocky. Like, I want this human to be at its peak performance. We should take blood work and nutrition, and especially in special operations, because you want to get them the best at that.
Yeah, DJ Shipley is based on the PED thing.
The epitome of the best that they can be, potentially.
Fuck yeah, dude. Bro, like, it's just sick. Like, if you have SEALs and Green Berets and shit all jacked up on steroids, you know, like fucking 20-inch biceps, just fucking gunning motherfuckers down, it's just fucking sick and based. That was the tune of my childhood. Dude, I played so much fucking Mortal Kombat. Let's watch some DJ Shipley training videos. Yeah, you know, I don't get how people can, like, fall off, like, going to the gym completely. Like, when I wake up in the morning, I just have a fucking desire for strength. And, even when I'm, like, fucked up and tired and I can just, like, barely move, it takes a lot for me to, like, actually take a day off. I need to, like, literally be fucked. Like today, you know, I had a long day yesterday, and then I, like, edited that video, and I've been dieting, and I was, like, you know, drained by, the evening. I still just fucking did a, like, pretty hard back workout just because, just fucking needed to. I need to make the fucking gains.
Zach, intro. Hi, guys. We have arrived in Virginia.
Is the e-brake on? Oh, that's not good. You
guys can post up wherever.
Options that you could provide, some sort of force, some sort of power, push-ups, all the things holding overhead, pull-ups.
Yeah, they're really big into mobility and doing this mobility stuff. I might want to incorporate some of this crap. Yeah, I've noticed, like, just regularly stretching is a huge, huge thing. You just feel way fucking better if you stretch and crap. So I might incorporate some more of this mobility stuff.
So how can we strengthen that shoulder, that ball and socket joint for the specialty of the joint that it is? So we start with the spine and we work our way out. With the cat camels, get the spine moving, work our way out to the scap, get that scap moving around the rib cage, and then challenge that ball and socket joint of the shoulder. Once we get there, we got to peak the nervous system. Any sort of pressing day, we like to add some sort of explosive work, some sort of plyometric. So medicine balls fast, a lot of power into the ground, peak the nervous system, get everything fine press. I love it.
Oh, I thought he was benching like 4 or 5. I was gonna be like, damn, yeah, he's only doing 245. What's the deal with the fucking bumper plates?
For a bilateral press, getting something off of you, moving mass, pretty safe way to do it when we're moving with the right technique. And then from there, transitioning to a hypertrophy aspect of an incline bench press. So we're getting an upward movement of the chest.
It's pretty decent. 100-pound incline press. Not bad. DJ Shipley's pretty jacked.
I think that's great for hypertrophy.
Yeah, he's on that TRT plus protocol. He's fucking based.
As well as guys like doing them, and then getting back to that explosive nature, being violent, using your body as a weapon. We're going to do some banded presses, seated banded presses, creating a lot of tension, getting that force off you, and then
that's interesting. Some of the band work, that's an interesting setup. I've actually never seen anybody do that. The band work is definitely good for speed and explosive power. It doesn't actually transfer over to like just strength. There's absolutely zero evidence that it actually has a benefit for absolute strength, so like increasing your 1 rep max bench. But for speed and power generation, band work is good.
Seated banded presses, creating a lot of tension, getting that force off you, and then your power. You can't shoot a cannon from a rowboat, so if we can lock this thing down, bolt it down, big backside pressure, big backside intent, then we can use that force as we display it forward and away from us. Keep the nervous system, so be explosive with a medicine ball and be explosive with a barbell.
Yeah, 315, pretty good. Yeah, he's actually strong. Slingshot. I don't know why he's using the slingshot. He might have like shoulder issues or something. Nigga, Luxmaxer Hexam Light talking about how his athleticism skyrocketed after taking test.
Sad realities. One of the sad
Luxmaxer, huh?
Sad realities of athletics that I didn't realize when I was in high school is that a lot of these players that are freakishly athletic, right, are using prohibited substances.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Dude, once you hop on PEDs, your mind, like, is just blown. You kind of understand now why there's some dudes who just seem superhuman. There are, like, some people who are just naturally superhuman, but the majority of the time, it's because they're taking shit to make them superhuman.
You know, they're using gear, right? And they're gaining a competitive edge, right? And, you know, they're not playing fair. And, you know, I was prescribed TRT by my doctor, and, you know,
Dude, just TRT makes a huge fucking difference. Exogenous androgens just work differently in your body. They're a bit more potent for, like, muscle mass and shit, and, yeah, you just get fucking weird strong on them.
Ever since I did this, you know, I was probably a quad hyper responder, and I gained, like, a whole foot in my vertical. You know, approximately. And I can't say anything for certain, but, you know, I was never jumping like that. I never had this level of explosiveness, and it just goes to show how much of a difference, you know.
Yeah, that's something I noticed immediately when I hopped on test. Before, like, I noticed the strength increase, your nervous system efficiency increases. You just produce more power.
You know, being enhanced can make for this type of thing. One of the
There's just no fucking reason not to take test. Like, literally no reason. Like, everybody should be on it. It's fucking amazing. Thanks, nigga.
Really? You see it locks my shoulders in place, so it keeps me super tight. When I stroke at the bottom, my elbows don't flare. I've just got so many plates and screws that I can't.
That's what he was just gonna say.
And like my collarbone's not connected to my sternum anymore, so it free floats.
Oh my.
So when you bench, you can hear it.
Damn.
Oh, fuck.
I see. Yeah, so he has a shoulder problem. That's why he's using the slingshot.
Push the floor.
Money.
Here we go. Get a breath, get a breath. Equal set. Yeah. Okay. That's it. Move it. Move it. There you go.
He's strong.
Drive it, drive it, drive it.
Okay, weird. Those are kilo plates. Still though, that's like I guess he is using slingshot, but man.
Not up and down. Open squeeze. Open. Squeeze.
Yeah, I fucking love training, dude. Training's just the shit. Yeah, they do a lot of mobility stuff. I definitely have tight hips. I might start doing some shit like this. And I do have some stiffness, especially in my right hamstring. Probably start doing a bit more mobility stuff. I kept kind of hurting my left knee and having that quad issue. Like, since stretching more, it's definitely improved a lot. So yeah, the mobility crap is important. No, I might want to get an assault bike, especially for hit training. That might be a good investment. I went on doctor-prescribed TRT 6 months ago for low mood. VG is correct in that it's life improving. Didn't train before, now I'm lifting three times a week. Well, yeah, that's the thing too. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if androgen deficiency, like, has an interplay with, like, a lack of motivation to train. Because you'd think, if you're like a healthy, energetic, vibrant person, you'd want to train, you'd want to exercise, right? Like, you just have this need to kind of move and push yourself. So if you're androgen deficient, your body just isn't working properly and you kind of feel sluggish, your mood's kind of low. Like, yeah, that's going to be a barrier to stick to a training regime. So, like, a lot of these problems end up getting fixed just by going on fucking androgens, and things just fall into place. Training is definitely more enjoyable on steroids. Like, even, like, again, just on, like, a TRT dose. Training is just more enjoyable. There's probably like a direct dopaminergic effect. Like, testosterone does affect dopamine, the reward system in your brain, and when you do activities that, you know, reward you with dopamine, like training, it does motivate you more just through that, you know, neurotransmitter pathway. But on top of that, your progress is also accelerated, you know? So, like, you get more reward from training, not only just because the reward system in your brain promotes it, but, like, it is also just practically more rewarding. You just get more out of training. Someone told me soy chunks are high in oxalates. They're not. And you cook them, so it doesn't matter. So, yeah. And, like, it's just soy with the fat removed, so any soy product would, in theory, be high in oxalates. Guess what? You do not see a correlation between soy consumption and kidney damage. So it's just fucking stupid.
There is no technique. It's not a time.
Oh, yeah, Jesus. Dude, that collab he did with Mike Isertel, you could just see the look of disappointment on DJ Shipley's face with Mike.
Just pick that motherfucker up and walk as far as you can. You drop it. Nope. But I will say, the slower you walk, the harder it is.
Yeah, 100%. On you guys, same time, so we can compare you two. Why not? One. Let's end it. Safely up. Let's go. Lock it in, lock it in.
This dude is so out of shape. I love how this guy says, I have infinite willpower, I have a perfect diet and training routine, and he's just fat as shit and out of shape.
Good strong posture, nice and tall, nice and
It's
tall.
fucking ridiculous.
Lock it in, lock it in, lock it in. Finish through, finish through. Good stuff, Mike.
There is no tech.
Boys, back in the gym, me and my man Vernon talking universal standards for readiness.
Mm-hmm.
Picked a bunch of our favorite exercises. A lot of it comes from the tactical strength conditioning community. A lot of it from like the military selection courses, something we're all familiar with. And then a lot of stuff we had to do in between, some higher end selection courses, and just really pulling the best movements we thought were applicable to everyday life within the tactical professional.
Mm-hmm.
You know, explosive power in the ground, rapid change of direction, some sprinting, some pushing, some pulling. And then, yeah, I got with the main man Vernon. I was like, let's just get one we think is a good universal standard for all those dudes to not only hit, but then slowly progress to try to maintain. And once you hit that super high level, how long can you hold it? So for me, you know, we took a lot of my numbers back when I was 23, 24, like what I'd call the height of my physical career. And then I haven't really touched them for 15, 16 years. And we kind of just cold board them based off this. I was shocked to see the numbers. Like from everything, I mean, I did a 9-month training progression to hit those numbers. And now we don't really train it at all, just generally well-rounded in what we do here. I couldn't believe it, dude. Like the VO2 max, everything, like I'm super pumped.
It was super cool to see, but most importantly, it kind of validated what we've been doing indirectly. Just developing that tactical athlete, that professional can perform at a moment's notice, powerful, strong, good posture, good position, strong grip, all the key things that we push here at GBRS. So starting out, we got broad jump, bench press, pull-ups, trap bar deadlift, plank, farmer's carry, and 800-meter run.
That 800-meter run, I was not a fan of it. I don't like a 1.5 miles. I damn sure don't like a 3 mile or a 5 mile. But all the SWAT team guys, that's one of their units of measure is that 800-meter sprint. And when you think about it, for those guys especially, or a fireman, or even anybody else, to be able to get out of that car and run someone down against their will, 800 meters, that's pretty realistic. Like, how far can I hold that full sprint? I haven't ran an 800-meter in a very, very long time. And it's one of those weird things. And for us, we're not running with watches. Like, we weren't allowed to use them in the military, so you just have to know that pace. It's very hard to do on a track. We're not on a track, we're just running around the building.
Horizontally covering the ground, but also when DJ's talking about CQB and moving around, accelerating forward, covering ground, being powerful, a lot of things that transfer in the tactical population. Big thing here, DJ's gonna start with his toes right up to the line. And we're just gonna think max expression, covering as much ground as possible, throwing our body forward. We're gonna measure off the back part of the heel that's furthest back. From there, our standard is going to be your height. Elite's gonna be height plus 12 inches, and be a pro, which is what you should be aiming for, is the standard plus 24 inches.
We had to do this in one of our testable evolutions, man. And what I really like for the tactical population is getting confident, negotiating the obstacle without having to come to a full stop. You think about chasing over, there's a ditch, there's a whatever, and you just have to be able to sprint and jump over it. But then it's a landing aspect too. A lot of stuff we'll get into the next 12 weeks. Get into that ankle mobility, be able to land safely, not rolling over, not injuring yourself. Just a really good way to express that lower body power. So I go toes right to the line, just keep yourself honest, just drag out a tape measure, because not a lot of guys can, you know, judge it really. You're gonna go big arms and try to just get one big load. I just pick a spot right where I think, you know, I'm trying to shoot for over 8 feet.
We'll measure off the back part of the heel. That's our distance. But like DJ said, being able to land violently.
Yeah, Mike got a foot, I think, when he did that with Mike.
Standard's gonna be 10 reps, Elite's gonna be 15, Be a Pro is gonna be 20.
Weigh in the morning of. You know, nearest 5 pounds, you weigh 206, 205, 208, round it to 210, whatever it's going to be, but do it the day of. My weight fluctuates 10 pounds. We did a brief standards the other day, and I think it was 212. Came in the other day, it was 205, just whatever.
Do you think coffee is a good pre-workout? Like, I mean, it has caffeine, you know, if you feel like you benefit from a bit of caffeine stimulation, you know, it's fine. It's also dirt cheap. I've been drinking coffee lately. For whatever reason, for a little bit, like the last 2 months, I had a higher caffeine sensitivity. But lately my caffeine sensitivity has gone down, so I can handle some coffee in the morning.
Whatever rep you have that day, do it with a partner so you can really maximize this thing out. Try not to bang it off your chest, but it is kind of that NFL combine style. It's max reps, expression of upper body power. We had to do this in one of the selection courses I did later on in my career.
Lock it out. Want to go for a 1 rep max, 3 rep max. We want it to be a repeated effort. So that's going to be for the standard, it's going to be 1.5 times your body weight. For elite.
Did you notice your skin getting oily after you increased your steroid doses? Nope. Yeah, didn't notice that. Lately, the skin on my face in particular has gotten a little dry. It's probably just from dieting. So I've been putting moisturizer on my face, but yeah, no. I'm on the highest doses I've ever been on right now. My skin isn't oily at all. Like it's just normal.
1.75 times your body weight, and BA Pro is going to be 2 times your body weight for 5 reps. We're going to pull from blocks here when it comes to the tactical population and the low back issues, just putting you in a better position to push away the floor and load the lower body. We considered squats, split squats, what's a good exercise that we can program with. We love the trap bar deadlift for the functionality of the movement, so this would be a great indicator of performance of something we can continue to train throughout the years.
Really, during the testing, we do not want you to get hurt. Not trying to blow yourself out. So start off, do the progression, but that's why we switch over to trap bar deadlifts. That's why I do it from the blocks. Everybody here's got a lot of lower back injuries. I know you guys too. There's no shame in throwing from the blocks. We've been doing it for 6 years straight now.
Yeah.
And I ain't throwing.
Yeah, that's something I've learned. You don't have to do things full range of motion if you keep fucking yourself up. Just do it safely. Full ROM isn't like the end all be all.
Going to be 20. We're going to be looking for a pronated hand grip. If you're dealing with some sort of injury, some sort of wrist, elbow.
Under, thumbs over, doesn't really matter to me.
He's got some pretty good lats.
Just like Vernon said, nice even dead hang. No big swings, no big kips. Nice on the pipe.
Good lengthened bottom position, eyes above the bar. Make sure we're drawing the elbows down, using the lats. Not only are we getting our grip out of the
Almost got stabbed VG. Should I have speed blitz him or was bitching out a good idea? Should I have done Osotogari?
I don't know what Osotogari is. I'm assuming it's a judo move or something. I should have pulled out a gun and shot him. Yeah, just carry a nice Glock 19 or something. But yeah, try not to get stabbed. That's the main thing. Thanks, yo, man.
This, but also an upper body pulling exercise, vertical pull. I think it's a performance.
I mean, it ties everything in, man. Grip matters. You think about
we're protecting our back. We don't want bar if that's easier.
I do kind of have enough space in here to do farmer's carries. It's a little short. Like, I'd rather have a bigger length of room. I can't really be fucked really to do. Like, if I had a bigger space, like a nice long track, I'd probably do farmer's carries.
To set up the move. This builds upon that cue that DJ just said with the plank, that 360 view of the briefly touched on at the beginning. The reason we chose the 800-meter run is we didn't want to get too long distance. A lot of the guys that we work with here pretty beat up on their body, so we didn't want to add more mileage to things that are already creating issues. But at the same time, we need to have an aerobic test that's challenging. And anyone that's ever run 800 meters
Let's look at some of the comments in my vlog. It's doing pretty well. 8.8K in 11 hours. He advocates for eating natural foods. When the fuck have I ever advocated for eating natural foods? Literally, the first meal I had was a fucking protein shake with creatine. Are protein shakes natural? The fuck? Like, I don't know if soy chunks also would count as natural. They're kind of a processed food. But then gets 100% of his gains from steroids. Yeah, I benched 410 pounds as a natural, but all my gains were from steroids. Uh-huh.
Please come to Brazil.
I don't think I will ever travel to Brazil ever in my life, dude. But thanks, Ricardo. There are a lot of good bodybuilders from Brazil, but I don't think I'll go there. What's the guy's name who won Classic Physique? The Brazilian guy? He has a really good physique. I really like his build. Yeah, Ramon Dino. Maybe we should watch some Ramon Dino training. These people are like, dude, the amount of like psychotic, deranged, like jealous children. Like they have to cope like this because they can't handle that I'm better than them. So bizarre. That's a lot of melatonin. You might want to separate dosing from meals, as apparently melatonin may cause insulin resistance and lead to prolonged elevated blood sugar. I've never heard of that before. I've literally never heard of that. There's been some trials with melatonin where they use doses, I think as high as 80 milligrams. When active melatonin levels overlap with eating, such as during late night meals or midnight snacking, impairs glucose tolerance and leads to higher blood sugar. Interesting. I didn't know that. So that is a thing. I don't eat too close to when I go to bed, so I don't think it'd be a big problem for me. Binds to the receptors in the pancreas. Interesting. Yeah, the big benefit with melatonin is it's an extremely potent antioxidant. So, yeah, I've been taking it, and I've been sleeping better and felt great on it. Holy moly, has this guy come 20 years from the future or has accelerated aging? And he linked
A
this
little over
times
1
name.
gram.
Do people like not understand that like harsh downlighting and an upwards camera angle is going to like make you look older and show more lines on your face? Like if you go to any other part of the video where you can see my face, like during the training, I look about the same as I did last year.
Biscuit Oliva physique rate, please.
I've never heard of Biscuit Oliva. Oh, that guy from Baki. Yeah, he's supposed to be like Sergio Oliva. I mean, it's retarded. Baki's like stupid. But yeah, he's inspired by Sergio Oliva. I can't say he's even remotely aesthetic, but he's jacked. You know? I don't know how to rate that. But thanks, Pablo. Yeah, I forgot it. I do watch Baki. I just forgot the guy's name. Yeah, but if you go to any other point in the video, I don't look like I aged 20 fucking years. I look the same as I did last year. Like, it's just, like, these people are fucking weird. Like, again, I think it's just cope. Like, my skin looks fine. I think these people are just weirdly jealous, and they just need to find something where it's like, oh, you're older, you're bald, your calves are still small, like, just anything so that they can feel better about their own insecurities. Have you tried sugar bee apples? Never heard of sugar bee apples. A lot of good comments, though. This has got a good overall response. 3417, low, you blasphemed, aka mentioned prayer, God, and then your thing fell right as you were being unkind, lol. The holy demon, Holy Ghost strikes again. Christians are really dumb. Roids aren't vegan, though. They're tested on animals. I don't know, like, people are so dumb, dude. Like, I've been hearing that so much, and it's so annoying. It's one of those things where you, like, have to, like, explain in detail why it's wrong, and then when people say it over and over and over again, like, I can't be fucked. So, like, when they just come in my live streams, I just ban them at this point. It's just not worth dealing with. Like, it doesn't even make any sense because I'm getting underground steroids. So, like, the implication is, oh, you're supporting the pharmaceutical industry that, like, pays for animal testing. Well, I'm not. I'm getting them from an underground lab. So, in what way would I conceivably be supporting animal testing? And on top of that, like, just because a drug is tested on animals, it doesn't mean it's not vegan friendly. Like what? Supposing there was a drug that was invented like 1,000 years ago that was tested on animals, is it still not vegan because it was tested on animals once? Just fucking bizarre. Was miserable before the gear, looks even more miserable on it. Like, these people, again, are just deranged. And this person's miserable. Like, if you watch the vlog, I was in a perfectly fine mood. Haters are just pathetic. Yeah, most of these comments are positive, though. Yeah, I'll upload more vlogs and shit. That was actually pretty fun to film and shoot. I didn't really mind it. What's the guy's name? Ramon Dino? He has a pretty sick biceps and forearms. He trains with Derek Lunsford. I really don't like Derek Lunsford. Leg day, back. I've been actually making pretty good progress on my chest doing some of the isolation work first. I was doing it primarily because of the shoulder injury, but I might stick with that for a while, see how things progress. I've actually been making some pretty good chest gains.
Okay, then thanks for clarifying. Then it's great to know the steroids you take did not result in the deaths of innocent monkeys.
Dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. You know, I prefer doing this shit with free weights. I've never liked the feeling of any of these machines. Free weight flies just feel better than machine flies. I always just feel it in the shoulder joint. And I don't feel like I get a good stretch on my chest.
Perfect. Yep. Yep.
Yeah, Derek Lunsford's like this gay Christian fucking nut job. I don't like his personality, and I also don't like his physique. I don't like anything about him. Just seems like really fucking weird and annoying. And he uses sight enhancement like a motherfucker, especially in his arms. I don't know how that guy won the Mr. Olympia. That was just a joke. Yeah, I'm just a big free weight guy. There's some machines that I like, but I'm primarily all about the free weights. I do want to get a Smith machine. I do like machines for legs. Especially for legs, they're good for me just because I have, you know, the knee issues. Oh yeah, Derek Lunsford's really short. I think his main problem is he's too short, and like the size he's at, it just ruins his physique. He's too big for his height. Yeah, I really hate these machines. They always aggravate my shoulder, and I don't get like a good chest feel. And especially the machines that converge, I fucking can't stand that. I'd rather them just go straight up and down. I hate the converging machines. Yeah, I have a preference for plate-loaded machines too. I don't really like weight stacks.
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, so he seems to prefer machines for a lot of stuff. Yeah, dude, he has sick fucking shoulders and arms.
Nice.
I definitely want to get to that level with the shoulder and arm development.
Nice, bro. Yup.
Yeah, I think a few more years on PEDs, I can get there. Pretty confident. Especially once I'm done dieting and I can actually eat, I think I'm gonna blow the fuck up.
I'm done. My brother. Better. They're both impressive. Engraçado que minha régua é o 10 aqui. Sentiu, hein?
Yeah, pretty much all machines.
Come on, bro.
I actually like this machine for shoulders. I've gotten a good feel out of that one. I'd actually get that machine for my home gym. If I had the space, at least.
VG, why are babies so fucking ugly? I hate when PPS send me a picture of a baby like as has just happened. They are so ugly, they ruin my mood. I hate them. It deserves to be run over by a car because they represent everything wrong. It will be a meat eater.
Yeah, I don't like babies either. They're pretty gross. Thanks, Dodo. Thoughts on injectable L-carnitine? Is it worth it? I don't think it really does much, and I've seen a lot of people get infections from injectable L-carnitine. Like, it's a water-based solution, and it's usually sold pre-constituted, so, like, the risk of bacterial infection's higher than other injectables, so I'd kind of stay away from it. Like, I really wouldn't want a fucking infection from an injection, so, like, the minor benefit you'd get from injectable L-carnitine, it's not really worth the risk of infection.
Ja. Doe het, mijn zin. Nou,
All right.
Acompanha aí. Tem muito o que falar, apenas o que fazer. Vamos pra cima.
Yeah, a lot of these dudes start off with hamstrings. I can't do that. I have knee problems, and if I start off with hamstrings, it just fucks up the rest of the workout.
Two more. Good. Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Hey. Yep. Nice.
Yeah, a lot of people hate on leg extensions too. Leg extensions are totally fine. They're a good movement.
Yep. Shave.
One good side here.
This gay little Christian necklace.
Get hard at top, slight hold.
Nice.
Good.
Nice. Perfect. Perfect. Nice. Look at that. Whew.
Was Mike Mentzer a quack? His one set to failure philosophy at least?
Yeah, he was pretty much a quack. There's no reason to only do one set to failure. You're gonna get more benefit from training with higher volumes. He had mental health issues and he didn't really like training. So the guy was a meth addict. Again, he had a lot of anxiety problems, a lot of depression and crap like that. I think a lot of his training advice was based around not really wanting to go to the gym too much, having problems with anxiety, depression, not really wanting to be around people, and he came up with that high intensity training system just so he could do one set per exercise, get out of the gym, and just do more meth. That's the only thing I can figure because, like, even without any science, no studies, like, if you just do stuff and experiment with things like everybody does when they're training, you're going to notice pretty quickly, oh, doing more work results in more muscle growth. So I think a lot of that crap was just cope for, you know, a bunch of the problems that he had. That's what I figure anyway. Doesn't mean you can't grow and get stronger training like that. It's just not ideal. Thanks for the donation, though, Pablo. My test level is 1400, E275. Will 50 milligrams per week bold known be okay dose to start? Want my E2 to be between 35 to 55. What do you think? If you're not having any symptoms with an E2 of 75, so you don't have crazy nipple sensitivity, you're not developing gyno, you're not having really high levels of water retention, there's absolutely no reason to reduce your E2. None whatsoever. There is literally zero benefit. And with some of the water retention and bloating, that's usually transient and it goes away. Estrogen does increase antidiuretic hormone, but your body just makes hormonal adjustments, and eventually antidiuretic hormone is going to go down. At least that's usually the case. So there's no point whatsoever in reducing E2. It's only a negative. Like, again, unless you're having really bad, intolerable nipple sensitivity, or you're actually developing gyno or something like that. Zero, and I mean zero benefit to reducing E2. All that's going to happen is you're going to be more prone to heart disease and you're going to heal slower. So estrogen's good for you. It keeps your HDL high, cholesterol low, has protective effects for your arteries and organs. And it has anti-inflammatory effects all over your body, and it's necessary for collagen synthesis. So do not lower your E2 unless there's a actual practical reason to do it. Is there a way to bring down your SHBG levels so that you have more free test? Yeah, by taking testosterone. Any anabolic steroid is going to lower SHBG, but just take testosterone. I've heard of dudes using like supplements like boron to reduce SHBG. Generally speaking, that's not really going to move the needle much. So the best choice is to just go on testosterone. That will knock down your SHBG like crazy. Dodo, let me see.
I was like, it goes against my morals. I'm gonna go ahead and just end this appointment. I'd ask you to kindly leave, and I'm just not. You're not getting your eyebrows done today by me. I'm not gonna, or any day. I'm not doing your eyebrows.
Alright. You stole money from me.
I did not steal money from you. You made a deposit. I don't support Israel.
I didn't do anything wrong. I didn't say anything political. I just told you
Actually,
that
the
I'm from
entire
Israel.
conversation we had was
We were talking
political.
about Afghanistan.
Yeah,
You
no,
weren't
but
even
that's what I'm
talking
saying.
about
We're
Israel.
talking about everything that is politics, even aside from Israel. But for me, Israel isn't politics. There's a genocide going on.
If there's not a
And
genocide, but if
and
there
see,
was-
that's exactly. It would be different if you said something like, "Yes, there was a genocide."
If this dumb bitch took a deposit from me and wouldn't give me my money back, I'd smack her upside the head.
Israeli government is doing. Yeah. Karimi Brows is my business name. And when you're trying to do somebody's eyebrows, I want to respect that.
That's fine.
I kept that.
Okay, now shortly after, she posted another video. Take a look. Hey, just a small break before you continue. I'm an independent coffee.
Where do I begin? Thank you so much to
Death threats, rape threats, attacking me and my business. Well, you asked for it.
Zionists. Thank you so much. I kicked a
Palestine. I asked her to stop recording me. She said I had signed a photo video.
disgusting. The second part, I would have, slid.
What a dumb bitch. Thanks, Dodo.
Come on.
I am taking 10 milligrams of boron a day. Well, there you go. It doesn't really do anything. If you have high SHBG and low free test, the only thing that's really going to help that is just going on testosterone. It'll knock out SHBG.
Come on. Oh, bro. Nice. Oh. There you go. Do one more. One.
Yeah, the quads are pretty sick.
One more. Sir. On that bullshit.
I like these hack press machines. I found they're pretty easy on my knees. The only problem with some of them is the angle of the backrest. Sometimes they're canted a little too far forward, and that can aggravate my hips. But if they're too far leaned back, then it feels like you don't have a good stable position on it, and you have to like rely on the grab handles to stay in place. So some of those machines can be a little funny.
You know, usually I'm against rape threats, death threats, and threats to people's businesses, but in the case of that bitch, she totally asked for it.
Yeah. Yeah, she's a dumb bitch, fucker. Thanks, Dodo.
Nice. Come on. Yep. Like 12. One more. Okay. Yeah. Up. Hey, not just good.
Belt squats are great. I fucking love the belt squat. I've never used the pit shark thing here. I've heard it's good. I'm happier with my Rogue Rhino though. I think it's better for me for a few reasons. Like one, because I have the home gym. That machine's just way more versatile because it's you can do multiple exercises on it. Like it's not just a belt squat. It's also 1-to-1 weight ratio. So whatever you put on the sled is what you're actually lifting. These like pit shark ones, they're fucking plate eaters. You have no idea what the fuck you're actually lifting. You'll put on like 6 plates, it'll feel like 225. Yeah, but belt squats are based. I honestly think they're probably like the best quad movement I've used so far. The second best would probably be a pendulum. Pendulum squats are really good.
Let's go, Ramon. Get to work. 1 rep. Okay. That's late, bro. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, American Dad's a lot better than Family Guy.
Woo!
This rap game. This rap game. Easy.
Yeah! 12. Yeah! Come on! Champ shit. Bro. This
Nice.
Good. Come on. Good. Go, let's go. Easy, easy. Come on, Chip. Come on, Chip.
Two more.
More, Ramon. More. More. Come on. There you go.
Yeah, Ramon Dino has a really well-balanced physique. I think he has my favorite physique in Classic. He just looks really dense and strong. Like there's some dudes with narrower waists and everything, but yeah, he just has this like strong, dense look that I really like. Thanks for the membership, dude. Appreciate it.
Come on.
Oh, and thanks for the gifted membership. Appreciate it. Yeah, I do want to get a lat pull-down machine. Pull-ups are good. I'll always use that as a mainstay, but being able to do some additional lat exercises just with a cable would be beneficial, I feel.
Nice.
Come on, Olympia time. Olympia reps. There you go. Come on, Ramon. Come on. Go. Man. What's that?
He has sickening, pissening forearms. I'd like to, some people don't even train their forearms and they get huge jacked ass forearms. Like mine aren't bad. I think just because of the length of my arms, they're kind of hard to fill out. But like when you see me do a front double bicep, you can tell the size of my forearms a little better. We just did that. Why the fuck doesn't... I literally just did this live stream, and then when I look at my channel, it doesn't show up in the list. I don't know why the fuck it does that.
There are a bunch of unwatched Frank shorts. Starting with Rortard eats moldy berries.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a minute. Thanks, G. Yeah, because, like, you can see the size of my forearms when I do the front double. But when my arms are, like, relaxed and by my side, they don't look as, like, well-developed and thick. I think it's just because of the length of my arms, primarily. It's a pretty sick vacuum. Lats are definitely getting a lot wider. I think that new exercise I incorporated, the like single arm kind of angled row, is helping a lot. Yeah, but my forearms are definitely getting bigger. I'm noticing they are larger, but yeah, I don't have like Ramon Dino forearms. I'm training them pretty much every other day. Yeah, like if they're not overly sore and you know, I just wake up in the morning, I'll come down and do like a bunch of different curl variations. Yeah, lats are definitely getting wider. That's one thing I noticed when I was on steroids. Like, there's some muscle groups that don't really pop well for you. I didn't have really wide lats that popped, and my triceps were also a little flat. And I noticed when I hopped on gear, there was a big, big change in lat development and tricep development. I already had big traps, but, like, traps just fucking exploded when I went on gear. Like, they got fucking big. But yeah, but we've been making gains, getting big as fuck, dude. Let me see.
Ah, the raw primal diet, moldy berry detox. It does. Raspberries pull out iodine and aluminum. Bro, if you show me one study that proves this, I will find Adonis's grave, dig it up, and suck him off, dude. I swear to I can't stand these raw primal dieters, dude. Wait, no, I just need to take a raw milk bath, and it's gonna fix all the eyes and all.
Your main weakness in terms of muscle growth? Like what? You mean my weakest body part? It would definitely be my legs, but you know, I'm putting in a lot of work to bring them up. They've already gotten a lot larger.
All the surgeries that Dr. Taban ruined my eyes with. And I'm gonna grow instantly to 6'3" and be praised by girls. As if Adonis Vonderplanets wasn't a bald maxing, juice selling, happy ending loving industry plant. Dude, I am so distraught by the IQ level and how arrogant someone can be with zero understanding of nutrition. When those moldy berries shit your brains out, please come pay me.
Mold on fruit can be particularly dangerous. Some people have an allergy to the particular types of mold that grow on fruit, and you can literally die within a matter of hours.
You guys are trying to turn me into a meme, but every single time someone has stolen money from me, I have filed a lawsuit. And with my business and all these negative things that have happened to me, I mean, it's a...
My shoe size ranges between 11 and 12. Usually I'm an 11 to 11 and a half, depending on the make. And then there's rare occasions with like, maybe a European brand or something where I have to have a size 12.
Laundry list of insane.
With inline skates, every skate I've tried, I've always been a size 45. For whatever reason, they always go by European sizing. I think pretty much all the skate brands are European.
Stuff. From the HVAC guy stealing $30,000 worth of refrigerant and causing $100,000 in freezer damage to my business, the Wagyu beef rotting in a shipping container, my house flooding and getting destroyed, all these people stealing my business ideas. It's like the county trying to tax me and steal my property. It's an insane laundry list of stuff. The insurance companies, like 10 different claims of them not paying out, stuff going wrong. The doctor to bond stuff.
Like, this is clearly fucking mental illness. He, like, literally thinks everybody's out to get him.
All the medical stuff, it's absolutely absurd. The percentage of these that are legit.
Frank is the last person to talk about others' IQs. Lol.
Oh yeah, he's dumb as shit. Thanks, G.
Legitimate, and that every single judge just wipes his tushy with my lawsuits in his chambers. Must spend a lot of time on.
Apparently, Frank Tufano is like 5'4". He's either 5'4" or 5'5". He's pretty damn short.
This is a pretty funny use of AI, although we definitely need a bigger table for all these lunatic, selfish psychopaths conspiring against me. I don't think Case Scammy and Timothy Harris deserve to be on this, but you got Jeff Davis, who is the first lawyer that screwed me over in the Saladino lawsuit, and the judge. I was like, who is?
Your total T went from 384 to 958. Yeah, dude, if your testosterone's at 384, you're hypogonadal. I would just, like, don't even bother with enclomiphene. Just go on TRT. There's literally no fucking point. Like that's actually legitimately hypogonadal.
Who is that? Oh, that's the judge, Roman Stephen Nelson, that is the corrupt guy that helped Saladino in that case, who, we can't speak about the rat Saladino because the judge ordered me to silence myself about what I believe is the truth about this scenario. But this issue here is probably why Taban, who's in the club, botched me on purpose. That's the leading theory. I was botched so badly that Taban did it on purpose because they're all buddies and they hate my guts and they want to ruin my life.
So this pineapple sorbet has been deep frozen and the texture is still really, really smooth, really silky, really phenomenal. So we've discovered a
Yeah, and all that bread looks and tastes like shit. I see Frank is still nice and retarded. Yeah, he has crazy thick forearms. I know Lee Priest said he never trained his forearms, and his forearms are fucking gigantic. If you're on androgens, you do just get bigger forearms. Like, you'll notice dudes who are on TRT for a few years, they get the TRT forearms. Yeah, I don't think my forearms look anything quite like that. It's hard to tell from, it's like a different angle. But yeah. They're getting bigger, I'm training them.
perfect.
I don't think Paul benches 250. I'd be surprised if he could do 225. He's very, very small. And he also doesn't train, like, at all, really.
Come on. Let's go. I got.
Three. Come on, come on. 4. 5. 6. Go. Chip. Come on, Chip.
2 more.
I actually tend to like these machines, these sort of rowing machines. Like I don't think they're any better than doing, you know, something like a seal row, but, you know, they're fun to use.
Come on.
Easy. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, Paul's very short and small. He's only 160. He's not a big guy.
Hold the fuck.
Give me another. One more. Last one. 1.
Tadalafil's a good drug. I take it. It's not going to help you build muscle.
Let's go. I got it.
It's more of a health thing.
4.
Okay.
Steroids are based. All right, it's late. I have been streaming for a while, even though about 2 hours of that was me sleeping. Yeah, dude, after I train and then eat, I just get knocked the fuck out. Absolutely knocked the fuck out. So, yeah, I guess I'll just eat and take a nap and then stream, maybe. But, I'll be on tomorrow. Very likely going to do, lower body, you know, leg training stream tomorrow. Still got to get that stupid fraud thing sorted out with the bank. So fucking annoying. But, I don't have sky-high libido. It's relatively normal. It's higher than it was when I was natural, but it's relatively normal. But, hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be on tomorrow. We should probably be doing you know, leg training stream in the afternoon, and then, you know, the usual later in the day stream thing. You know the deal. But, thanks again, everybody. Nighty-night. See you all tomorrow.